In a little more than 2 hours time, it will be sunup and the dawning of a new day in the land of the rising sun, Monday, April the 12th. Meantime, here in Georgia at sunset, Hideki Matsuyama could be wearing the green jacket. The skies are clearing. It's Sunday at the Masters. The spring pastels are prominent. And this canvas coat designed by Bobby Jones and Alistair McKenzie is all set for another day of history. This is some of the early action. Jon Rahm into the first. Nearly hold it. After 3 consecutive rounds of 72, the Spaniard is making birdies on this Sunday. Spectacular second shot at number 2. He made that putt for eagle. On Thursday, Tommy Fleetwood made a hole-in-one at the 16th. This is at the 6th today. It's breezy as the front that came crashing in on us yesterday is now starting to leave the area at last. A few remnants of clouds remain. We should be bathing in sunshine late in the afternoon as Matsuyama is set to once again be paired with Xander Schauffele in the final pairing at 240. Sir Nick Faldo will be alongside. Ian Baker Finch calls the action at 17. Vern Lundquist at 16. Masters winner Trevor Immelman is at 15. Andrew Catalan at the 14th. Frank Nobilo down on the opening legs of Amen Corner. And Dottie will be following the pairing of Matsuyama and Schauffele. And Amanda Balionis will be around for the post-round interviews. Let's go out to the play at the 16th.
And the tee shot of Paul Casey. Great shot. Not quite enough to come back down the hill, but excellent shot. Close in for a birdie. And we go to 7.
And Jon Rahm just off the fairway on the left side. Birdie eagle start for Rahm, as you saw. And that one is going to hop in the front bunker. 7th hole played as the most difficult hole on the golf course yesterday.
Going through his warm-up, Hideki, after that 65 on Saturday, that included playing the last 8 holes out of the weather delay, 6 under par. His last win was at a World Golf Championship event in Akron, Ohio, and Firestone Country Club in 2017. It was 93 competitions ago for Hideki. Let's bring in Nick and talk about that performance after the hour and 18-minute delay, which he said he spent time in his car going through his phone and messages. I don't know what the trick was, but he was a different player out of the break.
Well, they had the opportunity to stop the golf ball, Jim, and hopefully you were watching and saw how really the screens were slow, but Hideki had no problems at all. 6 under for 8 holes, which included 3 putting the 13th.
When he made that eagle you just saw at 15, that's when he took the lead at 9 under. Then he backed it up with this at 16. And then at 17 off that birdie.
Yeah, after 10 years of experience, he knows the spots to leave it. This is just classic. You go past the pin at 17. He leaves a lovely, easy, straight up the hill putt.
And that putt for birdie. But there was another highlight to come. From the walking path behind the 18th, Look at this touch.
This is when you're completely in the zone. You're able to pull off shots like that.
The final hole par, securing the only bogey-free round of this tournament. That scorecard, just take a look. He had hit his tee shot at 11 when the horn sounded. He had driven it way right into the trees. His first shot coming back was a low punch fade that he got within 20 feet at 11, made the putt for birdie, and off he went. As you said, Nick, even with a 3-putt par at the 13th. So he's the man to beat. He leads by 4 over 4 others here in the final round of the 2021 Masters. It's a feeling unlike any other, at a place unlike any other.
Maybe. Yes, sir!
A lifelong dream achieved.
Got a chance, yes!
With an outpouring of emotion that has become a tradition.
What a comeback. If you're going to do it right.
The long-awaited Masters has a long-awaited champion.
It's hard to talk.
Today, a familiar scene returns. Golf's ultimate pursuit continues with reassuring echoes and the triumph of spring. This is still Augusta National, where hope springs eternal, where the tapestry includes the cheers and the celebrated champions, and where questions find answers.
I don't know what to say at the moment.
Even though the words might not always come out.
Well, I can't even talk.
The tradition continues at the Masters. From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports proudly presents the Masters. It's the 85th edition. 60 years ago yesterday, Gary Player became the first international champion at Augusta. In its history, 11 countries have produced a Masters champion. Australia to Argentina, Germany to Fiji, from South Africa to Canada, England, Scotland, and Wales, and from Spain to the USA. But never has Japan, a golf-crazed country, had a Masters winner to celebrate. And that could all change today. Here he is live, going through again his final prep. His tee time less than a half hour away. Matsuyama, who has been ranked at one time in his career as high as second in the world, and has finished in the top 6 of all 4 majors. 29-year-old who first came here in 2011 is the Asian Pacific Amateur Champion, and at 19 won low amateur honors and was recognized here in Butler Cabin, where he could be recognized once again later today if he's able to carry on the play of yesterday and take the title. We're on the tee live at the first now. Jordan Spieth about to get his round started. He's going to begin this day 6 off the lead. Toby Wilt is the starter at the first.
4, please. Jordan Spieth now driving.
On the ground.
Heading to the trees. Will he get there? Just short. Just remember what he did, the late run he had in 2018.
Ryan Harmon now driving. 4, please.
Georgia native, past U.S. junior winner. Yes, Spieth in 2018 frantically tried to catch Patrick Reed on Sunday. He ended up shooting 64, clipped a tree off the tee at 18, made bogey as he was flirting with the course record, tying it or breaking it. And who knows? Wild things happen here on Sunday. It's expected. There's something you don't know what it could be. Might happen. Let's go to the 7th.
And Jon Rahm out of the bunker. Nicely done. Has that left for par at 7. Rahm is tied for the best round on the course right now at 3 under par, along with Paul Casey to 2.
Masters champion Patrick Reed for eagle here at the 2nd. And that is the 5th eagle today. The normal hole location here on Sundays at the Masters. 13.
And Bryson around the corner and only 160 in.
Yeah, quite a few of the par 5 hole locations the golf ball will gather. There's plenty of room, as you can see here. So those are very much the scoring holes today.
16.
And Paul Casey's bid for a 4th consecutive birdie. 4 in a row, 13, 14, 15, and 16. We go back to 7.
And Rahm has this left for his par. He has shot 72 each day. Only 4 players in tournament history have shot the same score each day, but so far Rahm is 3 under on his round. Up to 18.
Jose Maria, 55 years old, making the cut with a 71 on Friday. And come on now. How great is that?
Thank you.
Two-time Masters winner, Nick, who had not made a cut in any competition worldwide since 2015. Not that he plays that much competitively these days, but everybody overjoyed to see him play well this week.
Very, very respectable score for over 50s.
For the eagle putt now at 13.
This has given us a good glimpse today of how many eagles are possible. Xander Schauffele played the par 5s in 5 under yesterday. If some of those chasing guys can do exactly that and put some pressure on this young gentleman, it will get very tight and tense this afternoon. Yeah. I like that he's just a nice simple outfit. He has some crazy colored outfits, but you know, just a nice little white and yellow, obviously Augusta colors. So nothing too outrageous. I think he wants to keep things quiet and calm as possible, Jim.
You wonder what he's internalizing, Nick, as you see the pairing here of Spieth and Harmon. Next up will be Zalatoris with Corey Connors. and then Leishman and Rose, who led after days 1 and 2. And then finally, the final pair, again, matched together yesterday.
I can promise you, Jim, whatever he is internalizing, I wouldn't be able to understand. Like many of us.
How about the anxiety?
Yeah, that's going to be, that's up there. That's probably at about 80% right now. As soon as you get on the golf course, it will come down.
Harman into the first.
In its traditional little bowl. And you saw John Rahm in that highlight. He caught it perfectly, and that's obviously on the high side. A pretty good shot from back there. His awkward wind at 1, left to right into him, and ball will land on the upslope, so it will not release very far. That's a fantastic drone shot there of the direction he's got to play.
He's got a good angle. Doesn't appear to have any limbs that are an issue.
Most important.
Harry, go.
Yeah.
Now sit.
Well, he said it didn't jump and it went long, so work that one out.
Man. Just in case he was going to jump, I had to kind of...
Wow, there's a putt for openers.
Looked like he was trying to keep that shot below one of those limbs after all. As we go back to the 7th.
And Webb Simpson is even par on his round so far today. Nick, historically, the 7th has played as the 10th most difficult hole, but so far this week, the 3rd most difficult. Why the big difference?
Downwind, we basically had very similar wind. This is the same wind as day 1, so 7 downwind. It's the narrowest green from front to back on the golf course, and day 1 was rock hard. Day 2 and 3 a little softer, but we're back to again a very awkward narrow hole location on that right side.
The field was plus 30 at the 7th yesterday. Only 2 birdies the entire 3rd round. Up to 17.
Paul Casey is on a run. He's had 4 birdies in a row, but in a little trouble here. Left side of 17. You can see the flag blowing right to left and helping. Try and hit a big high draw. Started the day at 4 over.
Oh, Ian.
Ooh.
Oh, no. That's the problem. I mean, you just cannot attempt to get all the way back to that whole location.
That is so difficult to that whole location. That'll be an interesting pitch there to try and save his par. And here he comes.
Nice ride smile.
Play well.
Hideki has a home in the Orlando area in Windermere. All of his family is back watching in Japan.
Yeah, Japan is 13 hours ahead of this east coast of America.
What do you expect from Jordan today, Nick?
Well, with the difficult conditions, I mean, he's got to try and make something happen. He's just a little, obviously, further back than the 7-unders. You've got to believe that they have a obviously slightly better chance, but he must be thinking, wow, how quickly can I get to 10 under? That would be a really good start. Can't make mistakes. That's the hardest thing, because it's literally impossible. We only had 1 bogey-free round, and that was Hideki yesterday. So you're going to have a blemish or 2. So that means you've got to somehow make a bunch of birdies. And not here, I would assume. This would be, please, can I 2-putt this, and I'll try and make it maybe a 3 down the 2nd.
This is going to go away.
Yeah, struggling to get over the hill, that one. So
well, he's going to have to grind out a 4 here from About 10 feet away. Let's get back to the first tee.
Four, please. Will Zalatoris now driving.
This guy's delighted us with the simplicities. Basically, look at the target, swing, ball lands there. They'll all be aiming left to center, trying to cut it back on that into the left to right wind.
Pretty close to where Spieth drove it.
Corey Connors now driving. Four, please.
One of the most consistent ball strikers this week.
It's gotten better every day, Nick.
Yeah.
73, 69, 68.
Just needs one play like that on one putting round of his life. You never know. That was sweet, wasn't it? Not very long. It is a bit of a. The first is a brute.
They moved the tees up at one, Nick, every day. It played its longest on Thursday. Every day they've crept up just a bit. Let's get back to the green. Harman for birdie. It'll be a stress-free par for him. Let's go to 3. Harman's already tapped in now for par.
Well, unfortunately, exactly what he didn't need at the first. Uphill grind now.
Let's go to 17.
And the difficult chip we were trying to explain here. Bump it into the bank. One check it onto the green. Oh, it propped, Nick.
That's so steep in. Got to go for a couple of bounces up that hill.
So that left for par as we go to 15.
And DeChambeau, after a big drive, in perfect position here. Wind swirling. This is a 6-iron on the way. Will it stay? Probably not. And there it goes. Just got caught up into that swirling wind, ballooned a little bit, and now in the water. Bryson's still trying to figure out the recipe to play his best golf around Augusta National. Back to 7.
Phil Mickelson in the fairway, 142 yards in. 26th made cut this week for Phil. That's the 6th most all time.
Oh, many a year that has had a little bit of spin and brought it back down into the bowl.
Phil's asking for it.
Phil would know exactly where to place it on every green here.
To 2.
If he could go on and win today, Brian Harman would become the 5th left-handed major champion and the 4th to win at the Masters, along with Weir, Mickelson and Watson. But that finds the sand. It's 300 yards to reach that bunker. 320 past it. Now Casey for par. Started the day 4 over. This to remain even. Oh, it's so slippery up there in that back corner. We'll see a lot of that today. Disappointing bogey at the first for Jordan.
Been working on trying to get the club out in front of him, as we call it, golf in terms, not stuck behind him. it's got to be.
That's not good this year.
Yeah.
Very quick down into the gully below, down the left.
Wow, looks like one putt and one driver might be the end of Jordan's day.
Yeah,
pretty harsh, isn't it?
That is not a very good spot down the left. It's fairway all the way to the pine straw and then a very steep bank. Up the putting green, just behind the first tee. The amount of pressure on this man's shoulders, carrying the weight of Japan. 2-1.
Here's Connors.
If you, I was going to say, stay up there if you can. Right to the flag. Golfers right. The flag is the easier shot, easier putt.
On Zalatoris.
Wow. It's going to. Tried his best to get it to release.
Paul Casey tapped in for bogey. Zalatoris and Connors both on the green at 1. Let's get ahead to the 16th.
And here's Tyrrell Hatton. He's chasing his 4th birdie in a row. Oh. Well, we had Tommy Fleetwood with an ace in the first round. Hatton very close.
Here at 15 after Chambo's penalty drop. This the 4th shot. And just hasn't quite been able to get any momentum this week. While power is an advantage at Augusta National, it's not the only thing you need to win around here.
Accuracy is the premium, isn't it? Quite a day for the putt doctor. Dr. Craig Farnsworth helped Dustin Johnson win last year and worked with Hideki last June, and gave him a few drills and told him to get that handle, the grip up a little higher.
It was always regarded as the weak spot in his game.
Yeah. Well, he had such wonderful tempo, like a metronome for a while, and then he messed around with things. As we know, he changed his tempo in his golf swing, had that pause, a full flat out pause at the top. And he didn't like it. I remember talking to him because he had a fabulous wedge shot somewhere, and I said, great swing. He said, I know. How does that compare to your other game? And he flat out said, I want to get rid of the pause. So obviously he's been able to do that, but occasionally gets obviously quite aggressive, violent on the follow-throughs, and Sunday is all about tempo, isn't it, to stick your golf swing together.
He can join, by the way, a most prestigious list. Those who have been low amateur and later won a Masters, starting with Doc Middlecoff, Kerry Middlecoff. Jack did it. So too did Ben. Tiger, 95 low amateur, 97 in his professional debut. He won. Phil and Sergio. Those who have been low amateur and later won the green jacket. Let's go out to the 8th.
Oh, and John Rahm, who's having a fantastic round of golf today. Bangs it in. That's a good confident stroke. So 2 birdies and an eagle on the card. 4 under par. He's now up there into the contention, sort of lurking at 1.
So Connor's putt goes about a foot and a half past. Let's make that a little longer than that now that you look at it from that angle. What a day he had yesterday, Nick, with the hole-in-one at the 6th. Old Jordan might have caught a little break over it too, Ian.
I certainly think so. That's a huge break. You know, Nick, don't you, what can happen down the left there too?
Wow, well, look at that for a break. I mean, I assume that hit a tree and popped out, and now he can try and swoop a draw around the corner.
While we wait there, he's waiting. We'll go back to the first.
4, please. Mark Leishman now driving.
Long ago, 09, the PGA Tour Rookie of the Year. When he's won out here, he's had some amazing final round comeback wins. In his wins, he shot on Sunday 62, 69, 67, 65, and 65. So he has a track record for making up ground and winning.
He slings a nice little low fade out there most of the time.
Justin Rose now driving.
Yeah, Justin struggled with the driver closing yesterday, so we're just going with 3 metal, I think. I'm not.
He had some ridiculous up and downs and saves coming in yesterday, but it seems like it's been a little more of a struggle each day for him.
Yeah, hold it closer to 20 feet at the last for par. It might be chopped up into the wind, and it won't get that. Yeah, there's the look at the flags. It is straight hard left to right into him at 1. Doesn't look it on that scene, but look at the master scoreboard there.
Okay, back at 1, Zalatoris for birdie. Oh, what a start! Whew. Let's go back to 2.
Blind shot to that green way down the bottom of the hill. Needs a similar shot to the drive. Is it hooking enough? Well, he certainly had the distance, but not enough hook.
But if he can get past the edge of the bunker, though, Ian, he's got a decent pitch and run.
Yes, and also the wind might be assistance as well. 16.
And here's Tyrrell Hatton. Well, he matches the previous effort of Paul Casey. That is 4 in succession. And he moves to 1 under. Let's go to 18.
And Paul Casey has this for birdie for a round of 68.
We get a read of this putt just in case somebody needs to hold it for the win.
Yeah, we'll see that one a few times today, Nick.
I did a 360 around that whole location, and you know, visually it always looks like it should break, but it generally runs flatter than what you see, which is tough when you're looking for fractions. I guess that's what's the will wind a few players up by the end of the day.
He was just in the 4th pairing out and shows us what can be done. Round of 69. Hideki stepping up to the first tee, talking to Nashville's Toby Wilt. We'll get him started as the final round coverage continues on CBS. Justin Rose at the first. Going left.
Yeah, but just oh, that's it.
There's a big run off
scoop
here.
out the side of that green, and that will be down a good 4 feet plus to the green surface.
Back to 2.
Third shot for Brian Harman. Normally awesome around the greens. A tough competitor. 108 yards that with a sand wedge. Just a fraction too much spin to get that bounce into the hill and then sling around to the right. Back to the first.
And Mark Leishman's got a good look at it.
Oh, for a natural fader, he'd be really disappointed at that one. There's the pressure, even though it's the first hole.
Meanwhile, back at the second.
Yes, as we were suggesting, Nick, over in the third fairway.
Well, good angle. He's played the odd pitch and run before.
Not many better with the wedges than these two today. Over at 15.
South African Louis Oosthuizen's second shot. Aimed well left there, trying to hit some kind of high cut. And there you go. It is amazing after the rains yesterday afternoon how much this green has softened. Maybe a sign of things to come. Back to 2.
Oh, great angle. So just the par for Brian Harman. Par start, remains 4 under par. You really want to be 1 under through 3, I think. Would be considered a good start. 9.
All right, Jon Rahm comes here 4 under through his first 8.
Yeah, comes up a little short of number 9. And they got a bit of a crunchy bounce in that second bounce. Very difficult 9, downwind with that front left hole location.
Back at 2, and Ian, the odyssey that Jordan's been on here at the second reminds me of what he did yesterday at the 8th.
Yes, that was the most amazing shot. I think at the time I said if he goes on to win, that will be the one he remembers the most. Or that chip from behind 15 on Thursday that went in that could quite easily have found the water. But there he goes. It's a birdie. A lucky break from the tee. But is he just a little too far back at 5 under? Let's get back to the first.
Well, we're 30 seconds away from sending off Schauffele and Matsuyama. What's he feeling right now, Nick?
Well, an awful lot. It is a clear picture. The most important thing in this game is to know exactly what you want to do. You know how to do it, and a couple of deep breaths, and he's ready to go.
Forward, please. Hideki Matsuyama now driving.
Japan has had 2 women who have won major championships, but a Japanese man has never won a major. There have been some great players through the years. Oh my goodness.
Straight right. Hang on. Because it's firm in the trees. That will kick further to the right, and that's... Oh boy.
Xander Schauffele now driving.
2 years ago, T2 here, with Dustin and Koepka behind Tiger's triumph. He's had 8 second-place finishes since his last victory.
A little bit of body English for that fade, and lovely. Top of the hill. Perfect angle. Drove beautifully yesterday, didn't he, Jim?
Oh,
yeah.
He's so solid. He's so respected by his fellow professionals. All of them would tell you they expect him to be able to win an event like this. It wouldn't surprise anyone.
Well, he's definitely the danger man. And obviously, playing with Hideki is going to be a huge advantage for him.
Back up ahead at 1. Here's Rose first.
It's a little hot. A little not bad. Not bad.
And Leishman will be attempting basically the same shot. First we go to 2.
And the young Canadian Corey Connors in his 4th start at the Masters. This one looks good. Will it keep feeding down the slope? No, it stays barely on top. That was so close to being next to the pin. Back to the first.
Well, Leishman going the lower route.
And even hotter. Oh well. Looks like he's going to give Rose a read.
With that hole location in the bowl, I thought one of them would get it very close. Okay, here's the ball. It belongs to Matsuyama. As we pan up, we'll give you an idea what he faces. And it's not ideal.
Not as bad as I thought. I mean, his bush is a little further to the right. I mean, he can play a punch and run and get it somewhere safe, front of the green, and chip and putt.
Nick, I think there's an outside shot. He could get that ball up around the front left bunker, but the ball's going to have to stay very low for the first 45 to 50 yards.
Al Leishman on the green at 1.
Spin. Oh, I was going to say it's been exceptionally good from 10 feet and in.
And drops him back to 6 under. That Zalatoris birdie is looking very good now, with players dropping shots at the first, and here he is at 2.
Wonderful ball striker. Will Zalatoris, as good as there is. Finds the front right bunker. Remember, he was tied 6th at the US Open at Winged Foot at the end of last year.
Yeah, that's how he got his exemption into the Masters.
Rose
goes the other side. Goes the other side, Jim.
On 9 for par. Rahm. All right. Doesn't give away one after his hot start that included that eagle at 2. 32, first 9 to 15.
Jason now trying to convert and make that eagle. That one just slides by the right side, but he's on a little run here with birdies at 13, 14, and 15. Remember, lost out to Bubba Watson in the playoff back in 2012. Back to 1.
His eyes are looking at the direct route, Dottie. Straight at the flag.
That shot gave you a pretty good idea. The breeze is out here, as you see. Also, the flag ripping.
It has just come up. The biggest, really, the gust since I've been out on the golf course out last hour and a half. That is the skinniest route. The one that's directly at the flag.
Yeah, better keep your head down on this. No peeking on this. It did a little bit. Head was up quick, wasn't it? Understandably.
Actually turned out quite well.
Yeah.
For about 40 to the front.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an awkward distance to get some spin on it.
Back to 2.
Or one of those bunker shots, but you can use the bank to the left. Beautifully played. If he could go on and win today at 24, he would include in that list of young champions of Woods, Spieth, Ballesteros and Nicklaus to win under 25 at the first.
I like that.
Xander and his buddy Austin discussing things.
That's an 8-iron in his hands, Jim. That breeze still as strong as it was when Hideki hit from the left. Must be in the air 148 to get on the proper level.
Okay, the better angle coming straight up the gully. Probably a little disappointing with an 8-iron in your hand.
So the last 4 players to start the round missed the green at 1. Let's go to 2.
For Eagle. Trying to become the second Canadian to win here. His idol Mike Weir back in '03. The first left-hander to win. Started a run, didn't he?
Mike's been in his ear to give him some words of encouragement.
Really humble, quiet young man, very similar to the mold set by Mike Weir as well. Over at 1.
Well, Dottie, what's he going to face here with this third?
He's got just inside 30. I correct myself, to the front. And I think very wisely he's walked up here, Jim, to get a feel of how firm or not the greens are. I think the smart play is just a little left of it. Must fly it on top.
Yeah, get it on top, and they're looking for that backstop, which is useful.
Well, we get set for him to play his third. Let's get to 2.
Well, we saw Spieth in a similar place. Pretty fast and straight. Yes, sir. Birdie, birdie. What a start. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Nick.
oh my goodness. Especially if Hideki doesn't get up and down. There's a great view of that. The false front. Got to land it right on top of it. Skid it forward and go past the flag. Turn it around. Maybe get an 8 or 10 footer from behind it.
Yeah, that's the simplest putt, certainly. And I think the safest third.
It's a test your nerve ends. Straight out the gates. Dottie.
We'll see if you're tentative or unsure of yourself. That is for certain. Hit a lot of these shots on the practice area early with just one hand, his right hand. It's got to go some.
Oh, look at this race away. Toddy, could he hear the little roar coming from 2 when Zalatoris made birdie?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. To 3.
Just 50 yards here for Spieth. And that is some shot. Just 10 usable yards on that left portion of this green. With Matsuyama in trouble at the first. And that's where we'll go.
So Schauffele about to play his third. To learn more about the competitors of the Augusta National Women's Amateur and see the championship results, visit anwagolf.com and follow at ANWA Golf on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Of course, it was 8 days ago when Tsubasa Kajitani, a 17-year-old from Japan, won the second play-in of the Augusta National Women's Amateur in a playoff. Hideki's talked about how he was inspired by that with his play this week. All right, Nick, Dottie, take us through this shot.
Well, I think if you're going to miss a green, this was the place to miss it.
He's hit behind, it's up to hole it. Simple as that.
Perfect lie. The speed isn't frightful. Just move from the right.
That's interesting. Keeps his eyes on his landing spot while he makes the practice swings.
Very nearly. I mean, we were talking all morning long as a crew about just how quickly things can change. And if Matsuyama 2 putts, that 4-shot lead is down to 1. Here's the third.
280 yards will get rid of those bunkers on the left. And he doesn't even hesitate. Flew them by miles. Absolutely miles.
Here is Chairman Fred Ridley presenting the trophy. It was a week ago yesterday to Tsubasa Kajitani, winning what was a thrilling competition. Very bunched, and so much happened on the 18th. Ended up having 2 go to a playoff, and Kajitani the victor.
Well, situation like this, stating the obvious, just feed it down there. If it pops in, that is a massive bonus, but don't really want to rush your blood here, do you, Dottie?
No, you need something simple.
Yeah. Can't force anything down. You can't suddenly think, I got to make this, I'll hit it harder. That's an absolute no-no.
Well, making 5 here is not a disaster.
No, absolutely. I was going to say, if it drops, how did it miss?
I have no idea. Inches from the cup, it looked like it was certain to go in.
It turned 1 ball left. It was right in the middle. Yeah.
Boy, the psychology on that, had it dropped, if he could have gotten out of there with a par. I mean, that was just a wild ride to the first, but it's a bogey. The lead is 1. Let's go to 3.
Downhill. Spieth knows if he can get through this first 9, 1 or 2 under. Certainly knows. Just keep his name on the leaderboard. Keep within a handful of shots. There's enough wind out there and enough firmness in the golf course as we go back to the second.
Mark Leishman has laid up back here, looking to become the second Australian to win the green jacket. Adam Scott back in 2013 when Mark played with him in the final round. 155. Beautiful shot. Said yesterday, you don't need to be perfect. I've learnt that watching the champions when I've played with them. Just don't make any mistakes. Take advantage of the 5s. Across to 3.
And Corey Connors did lay up here. See a big difference in second shots. 133 for Connors. Plays that well if it stays up. And Zalatoris is only going to have 30 yards here on the same hole. Back to 2.
What a change in 10 minutes.
Definitely hurting. But less hurt than we've had all week. So.
That's about all it took for him to stretch out Matsuyama that lead that he had on yesterday, and now it's shrunk back up almost as quickly.
How's the wind up here in this corner, Dottie?
It'll be mostly into the player's face, Ian.
Jordan Spieth got a huge break here. He caught the trees on the corner and it popped back into the fairway.
Yeah, they've taken away the second cut down the left, so if you do hit a hook down there, there's not much to stop it.
Oh, his caddy signaling left. Oh yes, that did get very lucky. That is way down.
It's miles down there.
That's a short to mid iron for the second.
Oh, with tree trouble.
At 3.
Near 30 yards.
Yeah, I wanted to leap in there, Frank, and say that probably was too close.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nick, but
Yeah.
did the right thing, a little over the back. It's better than being short to the second.
And Hideki with the driver this time. It was the 3-wood off the first that went way right.
His misses on the range, warming up, were to the right. The ones he was most happy with were just a touch of a draw.
He only hit 5 fairways yesterday. Leads the field in scrambling.
Seemed to like that one right away.
That is perfect. If you were going to draw it up, that's how you do it. 320 past that bunker you just saw. But he'll be a long way short of Xanders, who really bounded off the hill. The weight of a nation. Masao Aoki ran second in the US Open to Jack Nicklaus back in 1980. That's the best finish by a Japanese player. Now Justin Rose. Spectacular. Make up for that bogey at the first. Justin Rose, 2 second-place finishes here at the Masters. Can he make amends with another fine round today like he did on Thursday? Matsuyama leads by 1 here in the 85th Masters.
I had a journey that I didn't think would ever be possible. Here's a young black man from the ghetto of Dallas, Texas, to reach the height that I did. I want to thank the chairman for extending me that particular invitation, and also the Augusta National and this membership and all the wonderful people here. I want to say thank you, and certainly as we go forward, I certainly hope that the relationship that I've had with them can continue on, because it's been a wonderful one ever since 1975 when I first played here.
And among those who was in attendance Thursday morning, this young man, Cameron Champ. Oh, he has found the slope. That's about a half a foot. Let's take another look from behind.
Yeah, Vern, I was out there this morning when they were placing this hole, and you've basically got to get it just past 10 minutes past the hour, about 11 or 12 minutes. And that's the optimum line for the hole-in-one. That was a minute short.
Well, Lee and his wife Sharon have been the guest of the club. They've been here all week and through the weekend, making history again here. And Nick, his golfing history, it should be recognized that he was a Ryder Cup player, and you played against him in 1979 in the singles.
Most certainly did at the Greenbrier, and I was 3 down after 3.
Back to 2.
Well, we've seen this one hold twice in the last 2 groups. Make that 3. Like Spieth, a good fight back from the bogey at 1. Now at 3.
Zalatoris.
If he does the impossible, Frank, and hold this. Yeah. That is tough to describe. It's like a little crown, and it's right at the end of the point of the crown, coming from left to right on our screens.
To 2.
Rose to do the same. Bogey birdie start. Came all so close in 2017 playing with Sergio. Now on top of the hill with Hideki.
223 to the front, Ian, 251. It's that whole location where you can ride the ridge back into that corner. Just got to get it far enough into the green to catch the ridge.
Okay, well up into the bunker. It's not so good if you're short of the bunker, but in it's not too bad. And with his scrambling prowess, shouldn't be any trouble. How far down was, as we come back to the third green?
Now Connors, interesting the different strategy between the two. That's nearly paid off. Old school is normally laying back to a full yardage, and the new school, actually supported by stats, is closer to the green the better. See how that pays out today as we go to the second.
Now you can ask that question, Ian.
How far down was Xander's drive?
He's got 167 to the front, 195 to the hole, but he has to hit a big old boomerang. The proper miss, like you talked about with Hideki, get it into the bunker and get it far into the bunker itself.
I want to swing at something. I feel like if I hook a 7, it's too much. You know what I mean? Okay. So I personally kind of like it. I mean, ideally, we can land this.
Got the breeze in. We're going to switch clubs again. We'll see if we get a signal.
That's fine. We're cutting down to that. You know? The second half of this, if it is drawing, it's going to go almost hell. I just got to really overcome this. Yeah. And I like swinging at it, you know, feeling like you have to get it. Okay?
He's got a big hook with an 8-iron, I think, Dottie.
That is an 8-iron, correct.
Which, of course, hooking it downhill, downwind, it could go miles.
That wind would actually be more in. This ball is trying to turn over.
It's found the bunker. Didn't want to go long with the 7-iron.
I'm not so sure of that. You know, actually long left is, oh no, it's quick, but so everything's quick. But it would be a nice, easy angle.
Ahead one.
And this putt's a little longer than what he would have liked and what I thought initially. Now, one of his practice routines is get the heart rate up, runs around the putting green, then practices putting. I guess only being 2 shots right behind Matsuyama right now is certainly going to elevate anybody's heart rate to 4.
And Jordan Spieth, after a beautiful long iron, on the correct level, but extremely fast coming down the hill here. Oh my goodness. That ball has to turn left there. Neither of us can believe that.
Bet you weren't pulling a face like that, though.
Up to 16.
And here is the essence of a cleanup effort. Cameron Champ playing in his second Masters. He had a top 20 finish in November, hoping for at least that much on this Sunday in April.
As a kid, you know, always dreamed about, you know, being a Masters champion. It's hard to talk.
The long-awaited Masters has a long-awaited champion.
But, you know, it's just incredible, obviously, as you can tell.
So 5 months ago, Dustin Johnson setting the tournament scoring record at 20 under par. Missed the cut here this week, but he will be in Butler Cabin later this afternoon, early evening, to present the green jacket to the new champion. Let's go out to 2.
And may it be the first Japanese male to win a major championship in this man. Wow. Dottie, that was pretty special.
It was. You know, bunker play is not normally his strength, but he is well better than average this week.
Just a tap in left for the birdie. Here at the 4th.
And Connors launching it way up into the air. got to get over that. Oh, that flew way further than what he anticipated. Going to be quick down there, but he does have an angle that he can play, breaking from the left. Back to 2.
Now Xander.
On the flip side, this is normally a strength for him, but he has yet to get it up and in from a bunker all week. 0 for 4.
Well, he's left it below the hole. Runner-up finishes at the 2018 Open at Carnoustie and last at the 19th Masters for Xander at 3.
Rose after laying back. Such a small target. As I said before, just 10 yards from that front left to the back left to 2.
Make up for the bogey at the first with a nice solid putt here. He hit a bunch of these on the practice putting green, Dottie, from this length.
Yes, he did. That gets him to 10 under on the par 5s alone this week.
I like the way how he gets into the left side, lowers the left shoulder, gets very level. At 4.
And Will Zalatoris, look where he's aimed. Up the left side. Drops under it, pushes it back onto the line. And unfortunately just skips through that little bowl onto the back portion, but that a great shot. 4th has been very difficult. No bogeys there yet in the final round. Birdies, excuse me, in the final round. Back to 2.
And now Xander for his birdie. Once again, the easiest hole on the golf course today, just averaging 4.3, 5 eagles, almost 30 birdies. Firmly hold for Xander Schauffele. He moves to 8 under. Here we are at 18.
Yes, and Bryson about to let out some week-long frustration with one more rip.
Well, if you just slow it down to a blur, I could tell you where it's gone.
340 to clear that last bunker.
That's up in the where Ian Woosnam hit it when we were off the forward tee, which was 60 yards up.
Yes.
in the good old days.
Bring it down to Butler Cabin. Hello, friends, and welcome for the 66th consecutive year to this tradition unlike any other. The Masters on CBS. Part of that tradition is the storylines and the drama that unfolds on Sunday. Jim Nance, Sir Nick Faldo, the 6-time major champion, World Golf Hall of Famer, and you know what it takes. You had plenty of drama in your wins here. Tell everybody, with all your experience of playing golf in Japan, what it would mean for him to win the green jacket.
This is a fanatical golfing nation. There's 9.3 million golfers, 125 million people, but basically everybody loves sport. They watch the news. Golf is on the national news, so it's evident everywhere. So the weight he's carrying, the simplest advice I could give him is do it for you. You'd say to yourself, do it for yourself, Hideki. Hideki, play for yourself. Maybe your family, but look after yourself first today. And it's not going to be that easy because you can see how tricky that front nine is playing.
Everyone keeps talking about the weight that's on his shoulders. It's there, huh?
Oh, most definitely. It really is. But he obviously special. He's 5-time winner on tour, so he knows what that feels like. But this is a completely different stage, trying to win your first major for the first time. I can promise you the intensity is 10 times more than winning a regular tournament.
So what's it going to take for him to feel the weight of a 42 long on his shoulders?
The front nine is awkward. You know, we've seen the wind directions. We've got the 7th downwind, the 9th downwind to awkward front hole location. So get through the front nine. Even if it's 1 over, that would be absolutely acceptable.
Well, he's got the rebound birdie at 2. So the lead that had shrunk to 1 for a moment is now back to 3 off the Zalatoris bogey at 3 and the birdie by Hideki at 2.
Yeah, the par 5s do create opportunities.
And, of course, Schauffele also at 8 under par as well. Let's get out to the 3rd.
And after that misjudgment by Rose with the 2nd, and he knows that's not exactly the putt you want to be looking at straight down the hill, just to get away with a 4. So he laid up off the tee, as did Mark Leishman. Well, the players ahead are up there on the green, so I'm not quite sure, Dottie, while they're waiting. to 4.
Corey Connors second, putting it through the fairway grass. There's a ridge right here. It's going to start pulling it down toward the cup. This is a pretty good touch. That is about as close as you can get. It's well done there for Connors. He's off to a good solid start. Back to 3.
Now Mark Leishman, after also laying up off the tee, is making a mess of this hole. So it looks like whatever strategy you use on 3 today, it's not working. Just 350 yards to 4.
Zalatoris would have got a little bit of a read off of Connors. Fantastic touch there. Looking for his first win on tour. The last player to pick up his first PGA Tour win in a major, Danny Willett, here back in 2016. Back to the 3rd.
Rose will look long and hard at this. Drip it down the hill, put it on the left edge, and hope it moves. Sunday at Augusta. It's a little different. Zalatoris and Connors to tap in at the par 3 4th. Rose just wants to get through this hole. Day 1, 65. It's just in a different league. 4 shots better than anyone else on Thursday. Field has more than come back to him. All the way at the start. They want the green to clear. Probably no distractions in the distance. They're going to be waiting a little while for 5. Now, it wasn't convincing. Still, have a little chat with the caddy. Look at the leaderboard. 5 back, long way to go. So, now they're ready. Schauffele.
It may be a short hole location on that left side, but it is one that forces you to be so specific.
Well, I tell you, that's not too bad. It's on the high side, so you can actually use that green and try and let it just sort of turn left.
What you don't want to do, Frank, is miss left off the tee. That leaves you with virtually nothing. From my vantage point, this looks like Hideki's going to lay it up.
It's fine to say. We just sort of assume a player's going to hit the fairway, but it is narrow between the 4 bunkers on the left and the right side of this fairway.
It's well less than 30 yards, yes. Again, the angle is what's so important.
That's fine. Hideki has not won for 4 years. 4 years ago, he was tied for the lead. PGA Championship going to Sunday. So there's a little experience what it's like to play in the final group of a major championship. It's a different feeling. Sometimes you feel like somebody's re-gripped your clubs. Hands feel a little different. To 5.
And Zalatoris. Be careful over here. Well, it'll be fine. It's way back. This is some stretch right through 4, 5, and 6. Checking the wind conditions, which are seemingly intensifying as we go to the 12th.
You're right, Jim. They're picked up down here. Got those flag sticks starting to play havoc with the players. See what Rahm can do. Yeah, that's a risky shot. Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Tell you what, that gets that, knocks that in. It'd be at 5 under par with the 2 par 5s to go. Rahm has the round of the day going right now, 4 under through 11. Phil Mickelson had a great round on Saturdays with 69. He's 2 under through 9 today. Just 5 months ago, we were here for the first autumn Masters, and Dustin Johnson's name was engraved on the Masters Tournament trophy with a record score of 268, 20 under par.
Well, that's the whole location. Third, see how narrow that is. And perched on top of the hill.
Frank, there's 100 yards between him and the front, another 5 to carry into that section of the green, 111 total. Into the wind for now. It is starting to swirl some.
But Dottie, also the pitch of the green, to explain to the viewer how much it slopes from the right side of the green. So you don't take the direct line to the flag from there.
Right, it slopes from right to left and also away from the players.
It's like a lemon drop in that corner, isn't it, Frank? And if you imagine the lemon drop has a little dome to it as well, and the flag's right at the end of the point. That's just to the left. The flag there is slightly crowned, so extremely difficult. Even if you hit it into 12 feet, you could have a 2 foot of break easily.
Yeah, I always thought it looked like a big molar, and where the hole is cut is like right on the nerve today.
Well, maybe you can extract this one, extract a 3 out of this. It's also extremely difficult to get the right wind direction.
It's not just the direction wind. I think, Nick, there's some gusts to try to time out.
Yeah, I have just legged it from but the cabin to the tower, and I can promise you it is breezier than the 10 miles an hour, easily.
Well, that is one issue with the layup. I mean, you can easily look foolish. You get a beautiful shot, just come up 4 yards short, spin all the way off the front.
Or one hop and you're off the back. Off the back is the safer place to miss it.
Isn't it amazing how a golf course can make you think about where the good miss is with 111 yards?
Well, he's making me nervous now. Yeah, far from ideal. To 5.
And Soutdoors with his second shot.
Go hard. Go hard.
Wants it to climb that ridge, is not going to. Not even reach the surface. Look at that whole location today, Nick.
One of the most iconic and challenging on the golf course.
Back to 3.
Get a good look here with how Xander can use the contours. Just where this Caddy Kaiser is right now. He can sort of land it there and just let it all funnel all the way around.
It's a chip shot that you almost take the hole out of your line of vision. Just focus on where the simple spot to get the ball to, and then it's out of your control.
Yeah, you probably won't believe how much this will turn to the left.
I think there's some indecision here, Nick. He's made the big flop sort of practice swing, and then he's made the short clippier one.
Yeah, I like that.
I do too.
This actually could turn 20 feet right to left. See where his eyes are looking.
Oh, this is third hole.
That shot may be harder than the one he just had.
Problem is, it just starts bringing so many more players back into it.
Correct.
They're going to look at the leaderboard thinking, well, did they birdie 2? Did they birdie 3? To 4.
And Leishman also well over the back. Players struggling to get a beat on the wind with this tee shot. Oh, he's judged this nicely. Oh, he's judged this nicely. What a great shot from Mark Leishman at the par 3. He hasn't made a par yet today. 2 bogeys and a birdie. Back to 3.
Dottie, you wouldn't mind if this was your second shot?
No. I think he's going to have a hard time hitting the green. Wind direction, everything going away from him. Nothing to work with. Needs to sit.
Oh, that's a great third.
Well done.
That's the beauty of this place. Bobby Jones wanted an inland links. Now across to 12. Yeah, just a second 2 at 12 today. But Rahm is 5 under. So
Yeah, Frank, he gets to 8 under. 64 today for 8 under. How would that look?
Oh, that would look great as we go to 18.
And this for birdie after a drive of 374 yards. And he got a birdie, but not the week he expected. Is this a golf course you think that's good for his game? Nick, what do you think?
You've got to hit the fairways. I mean, it's not the priority. Distance control is the absolute priority here.
To 3.
Well, Matsuyama hit a great up and down at 18 yesterday to finish his round.
That was extremely classy. A little less sticky in the fringes today. I think it's an easier play.
Well, he's even through 3, but it's been eventful. To the 5th.
His third shot for Connors.
Yeah, you've got to do that for safety.
That was earlier. Now Zalatoris.
Now the problem, this can peel in any direction. It could kick to the right, could kick to the left. It's uphill and then onto a down slope.
That is
and
unbelievable.
if you're young, you do that. If you've got no scar damage, no memories or anything here, that's maybe being a rookie is very useful today.
Yeah, all that talk about you need the experience, nowhere to miss it, and all of that. You're right. You've got to factor in a ton of scar tissue if you've been here for a while.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to 3.
Good 12 feet for Schauffele.
Good news is it is definitely uphill.
So he'll drop to 7. It's a beautifully positioned drive too. A great opportunity, perhaps make 3. Get within a couple.
Yeah, the way he lined up that second shot, where he likes to put his eyes on his target, I assume he missed it. He wanted to land it on the green and completely missed his spot.
So with Zalatoris tapping in for his par at the 5th. They've moved positions at the top. To 5.
Connors, par. Not to be.
Always online though. Good read of the greens. Just got to get it there.
Drove it right off the tee. Saw that he had the layup short of the green. He'll go back to 6 under. And we head back to the final pair at the 4th.
Flowering crabapple is its name. Tees are pulled all the way back onto the upper tee. Playing at 226 yards today. Hole location cut just 3 paces over that front right bunker. Players want to get anywhere near this hole. They only really have 6 yards to play with. And Dottie hitting downhill with wind swirling, very difficult to pull the right club.
Yeah, it just leaves a question in the back of your mind. Catch a gust, get a bunker shot with nothing to work with. Pass the hole is really difficult. Don't know what it is through today, but through 3 rounds, this was tied for the hardest green to hit in regulation on the entire golf course.
Yeah, just right around 34% over the first 3 days hitting this green in regulation. Played as the 4th hardest hole so far in this tournament. But Matsuyama, he stabilized a little bit after the shaky start.
Sometimes that can jolt you back into a little calmer place. Okay, now it's time to, we're going to pay attention.
Yeah, Dustin was a little shaky last year, wasn't he? Once he nailed a couple of drives, found the rhythm, and that was it.
Now this guy can hit it high. Let's see if he tries to throw it up there and get it to land soft.
Certainly on an aggressive line, Trevor.
Sounded great. Okay, just a little deep, hanging on to the back edge. Up to 16.
And here is 2-time Masters champion Bubba Watson. That is a 7-iron. And that is pretty well done. Let's go back to 4.
And Schauffele getting ready. Dottie, you think there's some hurt in this win? Because a number of players are going along here.
I definitely believe so, yes.
Always found it tough playing downhill but into the wind. So easy to lean on it.
Big gust just came up too, Trevor.
You could hear it.
It is out to the right.
That's a great call, Dottie. You could actually hear that breeze and just gobbled that ball up. He'll be hoping it's on the upslope so that he can try and use that ridge to feed it back down toward the hole. Up to 6.
And on the tee, Will Zalatoris.
Oh. Need it right of this flag, Vern.
Oh, you said it, Nick.
Oh, no. For safety, you can go right down the right edge of the green.
This is such a challenging hole placement.
Cannot go long. Absolute no-no. And if you want to miss it somewhere between 5 o'clock and 3 o'clock, just along the right edge cut line.
Matter of fact, in the previous group, Jordan Spieth did go long and wound up with a bogey, and he falls to -3.
Yeah.
And the 13.
And again, playing way up ahead. Some 2 hours and 10 minutes ahead of the final pairing. Third shot for Rahm, who drove it through the fairway up onto the pine straw and laid up. This could end up giving him a reasonable chance for birdie. I know he stood on that tee thinking birdie at the worst, as he continues to try to make a huge comeback as we go back to 6.
And Corey Connors, who had an ace here, in the third round. Not to be this time. Nick, that is roughly where Jordan Spieth had to play from.
That's roughly impossible.
Well, yesterday it was an 8-iron. And it was the first hole-in-one at the 6th since Jamie Donaldson in 2013. Playing with Kyle Morikawa. Knocks it in for the hole-in-one. Jon Rahm at the 13th for birdie. Going to be a disappointing 5 for him any way you slice it.
Yeah.
Working on a 5 under par round.
Just 3 back on second spot right now.
That's right. Let's get to 4.
And Xander Schauffele's bunker shot.
He did catch a bit of that upslope. Traverse should make it a little easier, but still has to play it out a touch to the right.
Okay, trying to run it up that hill, and now it'll make the U-turn and start coming back.
Use the terrain to your advantage. Well done.
Yeah, that is surprising that it didn't pick up a little more speed there, but still very good. Up to 16.
And here's Bubba Watson for birdie. That will take him to even par with back-to-back birdies and his third on the second 9. Back to 4.
Matsuyama with a huge breaking putt here, Dottie.
I think most of his body will be at about a 90-degree angle to the line itself.
Yeah, the ball needs to spend the majority of its time on the top level and then just drip over the edge and feed down to the cup.
He's in that area that this ball may actually work toward the back of the green as he hits it, and then the slope will grab it and sling it hard right.
So the first part of the putt actually a little uphill.
Yes.
Also very good. Did what he needed to do there. Not a time to start to get too cute. Hit it a couple feet past. Leave yourself an uphill putt coming back. Up to 6.
And here's Corey Connors.
That's the right club, but tough to tell on television that it's so steep down to that whole location.
And we'll go to the 7th hole.
This is the third shot for Tony Finau at the par 4. Trying to scoot it up there over the bunker and onto the green.
That was a golfing Olympic hop, skip and jump.
And getting better and better. Finds the slope. That's a thumbs up for sure for Tony Finau. What a shot at number 7. Couldn't do that again if he tried.
So Schauffele making a nice par there at the 4th. It's a good solid up and down from the front bunker after the untidy bogey at the 3rd.
here at the 6th. Will Zalatoris. Oh, that is a wonderful result. Recall that his tee shot had him way below the hole. And we go back to 4.
Matsuyama trying to hold on to that 3-stroke lead.
I think it's a right edge putt with some sort of pace to it.
So he makes his par there. Just make a correction. Schauffele did make a bogey at the 4th. So he's 4 behind now as they head up to the long par 4 5th. So far, so good for Matsuyama.
Well, the 5th hole is called Magnolia.
Yeah, full 495 yards. A couple huge bunkers down the left to be seriously avoided. Winds coming off the right presently, so somehow feed it into that perfect area. Then you turn, and you've seen from Will Zalatoris' fantastic chip with the whole location, middle of the green, but guarded by that very famous ridge. And it just bellies out. So anything left, wonderful graphics there. Anything left or right of the whole location repels away from the hole.
It's played as the most difficult hole for the week. And today, this little mini version, if you will, of Amen Corner, 4, 5, and 6, has only surrendered 6 total birdies. 2 at the 4th, 2 at the 5th, and only 2 birdies at the 6th.
Hold, please.
Bottom line is, Nick, you just try to survive through this stretch of 3.
Absolutely. Pars here is exactly what you're looking for. It's always very difficult to gauge the wind on top of the hill here that you see by the heavily tree down the right-hand side.
Moving the tee back a few years ago really changed the whole, the difficulty of this tee shot especially. Can't feel it. The penalty for missing is bigger, especially left.
That's gonna be, and
that's a bunker.
They're 8 feet deep. All you can see is blue sky with plenty of clouds.
This was earlier, Xander at the 4th. This is what happened here. And he rushed that one in, though. Gave up another shot to fall to 6 under, 5 back.
Something close to that second cut line.
So you see, he's gone bogey, bogey, bogey. Remember what Tiger did in 19 on his way to winning?
Oh boy.
Bogeyed all 4 days. And still won. Maybe that's the recipe. Oh my goodness.
That's not the recipe, Jim. That's my cooking without a recipe.
So they're both going to battle some issues off the tee. So we go to the 7th.
Tee shot for Zalatoris.
Came from the left rough yesterday. Sorry, left trees yesterday, but nailed.
Said he did not feel any nerves yesterday. And even though he hasn't made a big surge yet, he looks very calm and composed out there, as we just saw the tee shot at 7 to 12.
Yeah, just like that. I love the free-flowing swing of Zalatoris. That's what Mickelson has also done throughout his career around this very golf course. Mickelson Sunday. He'll have a crack at it. 3-time Masters champion. Even at 50, still playing in the weekend. Final round of the 85th Masters.
For live stream scoring news and more, visit masters.com. The lead is 3. Matsuyama over Zalatoris. And then Hideki 5 clear of 3rd, which is Schauffele and Leishman. Jon Rahm has made up a lot of ground today. Jumped over a lot of his fellow competitors. He is 6 back, though, at 5 under par. He began the day 11 back, so. And this is going to be Hideki over at the 5th, and that first of 2 bunkers.
180 to the front, 198 to the hole.
Yeah. He can't get there, Dottie. I think he's got a gap wedge. Something like that.
I think it's pretty risky.
Yeah, there's no point.
No.
Decision is, what do you want to leave for your 3rd, like he did at the first, getting a little too close to it.
I think a longer, fuller shot is a better move.
Right, yeah.
That's okay.
Oh, that's scary, isn't it? How would you like to play that, a little 80, 90 yarder to that whole location?
Gotta be so precise.
On top of a green cupcake. It's all about food, Jim, this hole, I think.
I can tell. Oh boy, this was close.
Is that? That almost looks like it's in some kind of cone, doesn't it?
It's edge of the pine straw. He does not have a complete backswing and will work hard to pitch this ball forward and get it out of this mess. He'll also have to keep it low to get it out.
He can't do much at all. He's. No. I mean, not like you're going to try and. Hey, if you're out having fun, you take your 5 wood and give it a go, but.
I mean, even if I try and hit like a high sweeping hook, getting close to the green doesn't do me anything really. You know?
No, but I'm just going to punch out.
My shot's awkward too.
Can you hook something like
ground hook something? I'd rather try and go smarter out there. I don't really know how I'm going to do it, but.
I'm thinking a little shot fate 7-9, something like that, Dottie.
Went for that part of the bag. Don't have a signal what exactly it is, but it looks like it. It's one of those you kind of flash it quickly with your hands. It's a 9-iron, Nick.
Didn't make it. Concerned about catching the trees on the way, the bushes on your downswing. You could actually have an air shot.
To 7.
After that big drive by Zalatoris, left with just 118 to the hole.
Well, if he's been watching in the past, he knows all about this little gully. Oh, he sure has.
Oh, he does. Such a confident young man on Sunday at the Masters. Birdie putt coming for Zalatoris at the 7th. Patrick Reed calls him Showtime. Says he could either be a golfer or be in Hollywood. He's got that look as he makes his way up to 7. We go to 5.
Going to be the 3rd shot for Schauffele.
It's 141 to the front, another 18 to the hole.
Stock 9, huh? 71 back.
So best you can do is land it on your perfect yardage, up on the top, and hopefully get it to stop by 15 feet behind the hole.
Second time for the 9-iron on this hole. That is way high in me. I've caught a flyer.
Yeah, that's gone forever. That looks like that could be on the downslope. Wow. The second cut is just long enough, so we brought the flyer back this week.
And now Hideki on that left side of the fairway, playing his 3rd.
I think this is less nervy than the hole, the one at 1. More of a full shot, more into the round.
Yeah. less nervy than Xander's. He has a chance. He can just land it flag high and get it to bite as quick as possible. Yeah, there you go. That helps.
Six.
And Mark Leishman has to come up and hit the top of the plateau. Certainly has left himself a makeable putt for par. Let's go to 12.
And just a moment ago, Vern, chance to get in red digits for the day. Gone like it did shoot 69 yesterday. It's an excellent round. He gets a ticket to come back here every year, as all Masters champions do. Matsuyama's trying to join that club.
We're back at Augusta. The lead was 4 at the start of the day. It's thinning out at the top. The margin's closer, but some of the contenders have fallen off. And one is Schauffele, who must avoid a big number here at the 5th. This is his 4th shot. Get up.
Oh, my goodness. Not what we expected from Xander.
No. He's gone bogey coming into this hole, and now he'll have to get up and down to make double. All right, back to now his 5th shot.
Just needs something bold. Is uphill all the way. Yes, well done.
This was the same stretch of the golf course that he struggled with in Friday's 2nd round.
To 7.
Big butt here for Zalatoris. It would bring him to within 2 of Matsuyama. Zalatoris and Matsuyama, the only 2 who were under par in all 3 rounds leading into today. Back to 5.
Matsuyama has this for par.
I can promise you it would feel like birdie.
Oh!
Especially with Will just missing on 7. That one moment it could have been a 2-shot swing. I know they're not on the same hole, but that was a huge save.
His reaction afterward tells you he knew how big that was too, Nick.
Putts are going in boldly, Dottie.
And Schauffele
scratching his head, Jim.
He's
look at that.
Got this for a 6. There've already been 2 doubles today at the 5th hole.
Well, this is for, well, hopefully, still for a nasty 4 over for 3 holes.
Means John Rahm's another player closer.
Yeah.
He started today tied for 21st, 20 players in front of him. Now he has only 3 golfers ahead of him. Matsuyama, Zalatoris, and Leishman. Here's a look at the 9th green. And then you can see the walkway from 9 to 10. There's a pairing headed that way right now. And that transition from 9 to 10, oh, there's so much to that and to the mental state of making that walk to the second side. Who better than Nick to take us through 9 and 10 at Augusta?
It's 85 yards from the back of the 9th green to the 10th tee. It's just a lovely, relaxing Sunday afternoon stroll, a beautiful Augusta National with smiling patrons. Yeah, right. This tournament has produced so many memories over the years. Unbelievable successes and heartbreaking losses.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it.
25 years ago, when I was 6 back against Greg Norman, I said to myself, if I can get to within 3 after 9, I'm still in it.
There it is! Can you believe it?
We've made it to the 10th tee. You're about to play the second 9, but it's a bit of a tease. You're right in the middle of the cauldron. It's perfectly acceptable to dream for a few seconds. The 18th green is right there. You could think I'm holding the putt to win. Butler Cabin is where I get my green jacket, is right there. But you better focus right now. You're going to go and play probably the most nerve-wracking, knife-edge 9 holes of your career. You're going to find out really quickly what you're made of.
Well, the last pairings, we're going to be approaching that transition from 9 to 10 here shortly, and let's get to the 6th tee.
And here is the leader.
Vern, this group has been warned they are out of position. 8 iron for Matsuyama. Same hole location we saw in last year's final round.
Very well done. Well, it's approaching 5 a.m. in his hometown of Sendai, Japan. Promise no one has slept. Here's good at 8.
Prefers the fade from the tee. Can draw the 3-wood at will, but likes to fade the driver up the left side. Well, he'll need to draw the 3-wood from there. 8 under par, 3 back as we go to the 6th.
And Xander Schauffele.
Nearly hold it here in the second round to turn his round around. That's an 8 iron as well.
Dude, that was really good. Come on, baby.
That's really impressive to reset his mind and produce that one. Got to have that ability to forget it quick.
Yes.
And Rahm second, sweeping it around those pines. 220 to the hole, needs to land it at least 210. Just hang in there. Has just worked a few extra yards over the back, which makes that third a little more awkward. But what a round he has going so far. Bogey free. Back to 7.
The approach for Justin Rose. 2 over on his round so far.
And is it going to miss the gully?
It's trying.
Just got it. Just got the edge of it.
And that is a big shot for Justin Rose. Excellent look at birdie coming up to 12.
Justin Thomas hit a fine tee shot in it. Beautiful putt that'll get there. So Thomas in red digits. And if you were watching yesterday, it was the triple at 13. Threw his round in the wrong direction. A great save at 5 for Matsuyama to remain the leader by 3.
We're back at the 6th hole. The leader, Hideki Matsuyama.
Vern, last fall we saw this be the pivotal hole on Sunday for Dustin Johnson when he holed a significant putt. Should this go in for Matsuyama, things get a lot more comfortable.
I would think. What's he got here, Dottie or Nick? Either one.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's straight up the hill, so that's where they're straining very flat, straining to find maybe a hair or left or right.
Boy, I thought he had a chance. About a foot and a half away. So he will settle for a par at the 6th and maintains his lead of 3. And now Xander Schauffele, who has had a very distressing and disappointing final round.
You'd have to think this is almost mandatory. And the advantage of having seen Matsuyama's putt as well.
Just not there for him. And now they head to the 7th.
What a story here.
7 continues to give the field fits, has played as the most difficult hole on the course today.
It's a real battle.
Wow. So a double for Jordan at the 7th.
Such a hard hole location. That is mega fast, the 7th green.
Only 2 birdies at the 7th hole.
It is a tough stretch of holes there. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my goodness. It's a really good setup today. The players that have come in have said very, very fair. 9 holes that you hang on for par by the skin of your teeth, and 9 holes you can attack for birdie. Very fair setup is the general consensus. Now just a long iron for Will. Try and draw it over that lower mound. 247. As we say on tour, that the hitter knows, and he knew. He ripped that. Didn't get the draw from the rough. It appears he has lots of green, but that is very quick from there. Back to that difficult 7th.
And Ian, yesterday it played as the most difficult hole on the golf course, and through 3 rounds, a total of 10 birdies at the 7th hole. But today, with that front right hole location, it's been a little bit easier to get down there, and we've seen 8 birdies today.
That backstop has to be helping Andrew. Distracted reset. Second toughest fairway to hit of the week.
Such a narrow landing area off the tee at 7.
Feels like most of the breeze right now is from the right. That should widen it just a touch, but that's one hand on it.
And the patron's looking down that right side. And that will just hang in the fairway for Matsuyama.
If that's your miss, I think it's okay.
Yeah. Now up at the green, Rose, after that excellent approach, left with this for birdie. And a big one for Justin Rose as he tries to get back on track. Rose to 6 under. And back on the tee, it's Schauffele.
In his career here at Augusta National, has never made birdie here.
Well, that's a good way to try to change that stat, Dottie. Big drive by Xander, who, as Vern pointed out, has struggled today, 3 over on his round. Let's go to 15.
And Jon Rahm chipping for eagle. Right before he hit this, he took a good long look at the big leaderboard next to the green, so knows exactly where he stands. Needs a little Charles Schwartzel finish here. Maybe give himself a chance to win this 85th Masters. Up to 9.
And Jordan Spieth just hasn't had it so far. He got close to being on the green on 8 and 2 and failed to get down into for birdie.
Yeah, and that's what they've done. They've taken the second cut out down the right of 9 to do exactly that, keep the ball running into trouble.
Back to 8.
Rose pounding one up. He came very close to the bunker yesterday. And he's found it today. It just takes the opportunity to get it up on the green in 2 and make eagle like he did the first day.
Just go to here, left or right? Yeah. Okay.
And now Will Zalatoris. Hole high, about 40 yards right of the green.
Might be used to that little bit of that left banking you can see there, Ian. That little dark shadow to slow it down.
Yes. Yes, it's one he can be aggressive with if he does use that little backstop or little left bank. Open face lob wedge. Wonderful touch. He's a smart young fella, knows his math well, relies on statistics and figures, data. To 15.
And Rahm now for birdie. Just a little from his right. Right in the middle. So that's 6 under on today's round for the world number 3. Back to 14.
Well, 2010, Phil Mickelson in the 3rd round. A hole out eagle here at 14. 1 under on his round so far today. You heard him ask for that one good forward skip. He got it. Not an eagle this time for Phil, but an excellent approach here at 14. He has that left for birdie. Over to 16.
And Jon Rahm, who's got the best round on the course so far, 6 under.
So,
go ahead.
So many have made 2 here if you're going to go on to win.
Be the freaking number. Yeah. Let's go.
Wind here. Okay. 30 is back edge. 30 is back edge. We can kind of land something.
So Rahm has a makeable
touch
putt.
spin with that slope.
Let's go to Xander Schauffele.
25. Yeah. 25. Okay. Just left of it.
Saw 116 to the hole.
Correct.
There's
We're
a
like gripping
backstop
that.
of 4
Take it.
beyond it. Plays half a club uphill. Sand wedge.
A good looking shot by Xander. Beauty from Schauffele. Dottie, a very comfortable pairing. These two were together yesterday, and Xander said his grandparents lived in Japan, so he knows a little bit of Japanese. He was telling some jokes with Matsuyama yesterday.
Yeah, he said some of the words were good and some were not so good. But I think Xander drafted a little bit off Hideki coming in yesterday that really helped him as well. It's just a yard closer. Good full finish.
Another good one. Almost kisses Schauffele's ball. 2 excellent shots for the final pairing here at 7-8.
This for birdie to move to 9 under par. And it's an aggressive stroke. And another birdie for Will Zalatoris. He's 2 under today. And just 2 back of Hideki Matsuyama. 24 years of age, giving it a go. Over to 9.
All right, off the pine straw, Spieth.
Well, to the famous front left hole location, this is, I would thought, try and be sensible. Well, that's better than sensible. That's fantastic. Got it on. Got it on the lower level.
Thought it might come back just a touch, but he'll settle for that from that spot. And we go back out to Phil at 14.
Eyeing up this birdie putt. 29th Masters for Phil. Missed opportunity there for Mickelson, who shot a 69 yesterday, his 33rd career round in the 60s at the Masters. Only Jack Nicklaus with more rounds in the 60s at Augusta National. But he'll be coming back for years to come, the 3-time Masters champion, and this was the shot we referenced a short time ago, 3rd round in 2010. Similar hole location to today, and that is an eagle for Phil en route to his 3rd green jacket. Now back to 7 after we saw the excellent shots from Matsuyama and Schauffele, and Matsuyama will be first.
See him get really set in there, so stable down below.
And he cannot extend the lead to 3 on Zalatoris. Seventh hole. Still giving these players fits this week at Augusta National.
Well, Andrew, these 2 holes, 7 and 14, that you have, you know, where they place the flag in that bowl, it's so important, A, to hit it into the bowl, as Hideki did, but obviously you need to reward yourself. It's always plays a very important part, that if you put it in the bowl, you're just about guaranteed a birdie. So that was a bad miss for Hideki.
Now Xander had to have that one. Birdie for Schauffele at 7 and 5 under for the tournament. Matsuyama the leader by 2 as he makes his way to the par 5 8th hole. While he walks, we go up to number 9.
And Zalatoris on the tee. High ball hitter. Not the longest of swings, but man, does he rip it.
It's incredible. Considering Bryson's put on 40 pounds, this man.
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Yeah.
Contrast.
Yeah, amazing. It's wiry strength, and we understand the science now to get clubhead speed. And he's doing that more often than not. He hasn't hit many destructive tee shots.
Up on the green at 9, needing something to happen. Spieth for birdie.
He might.
He does.
What a read. 6-8 feet of break. Got to see that one going in at 3 o'clock as you look at the hole.
That's 37 first 9. See if he can light up the back. Let's go to 16.
Jon Rahm's bid to extend this splendid round. He'll have to settle for a par. But 6 under through 16. And he finds himself 5 back of the lead. Let's go to 13.
And it's Cam Smith.
Yeah, surprised we didn't use the upper plateau where Cam is putting from.
I'm surprised myself.
Yeah. I guess, well, this is a surprise.
Speaking of surprises, yes. The co-runner-up 5 months ago. With another fine showing here. He's in a tie for 7th. We go to the tee at the 8th.
And a much needed birdie back there at 7 for Xander Schauffele.
He got the combo back there that he needed, Ian, with Matsuyama missing.
Yes.
For certain. That'll help the cause as well. Good tee shot there.
Can reach the green in 2.
Yep.
Back left hole location. No eagles so far today at the 8th. We saw 7 in the first 3 rounds. Hideki's had 3 eagles this week.
1 in each of the rounds, I believe. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, what breeze there is, Ian, is from the left.
Good view here of getting into that left side I talked about. Good stable wide stance. Watch that pause. He's been trying to speed up the pause at the top of the swing, and today it may just be a little bit slower than it was the first 3 days. And watch that as we move into the second 9. And our final pairing make their way up the 8th on a picturesque April afternoon here at Augusta National. Just a slight breeze. The course is beautiful, but the scoring is difficult. Only Jon Rahm taking advantage today. Matsuyama looking to become the first Japanese male to win the Masters.
Stay connected to the 85th Masters Tournament anywhere, anytime. Visit Masters.com, download the official Masters apps, and sign up for the official Masters newsletter. Zalatoris at the 9th.
Unfortunately, I'm to the middle level. But wise for safety. If you're in between yardages, you've got to err on the long.
To 8.
Here's Rose. He's made a couple of good putts on this green this week. This one got him started after being 2 over through 7 holes on Thursday, and then went 9 under in 11 holes from here on to the finish. But he needs something special. He's 5 back. Here we are at 17, 440-yard par 4 up the hill.
I got to kind of just right to left of you, mate. I agree. 2 trees. Pick right. Good.
That's a long drive way up on top on the flat, and to that back right hole location, no problems.
Warm applause of admiration for this Masters rookie, who actually did not get in off the top 6 finish, the 6th place tie at Winged Foot. His top 4 get in, got in off the top 50. He's played in 22 events on tour, and how quickly he has risen through the ranks. Just a few years ago, finding difficulty in getting places to play, and now here he is in just his 3rd ever major and his first here Second alone. In fact, 3 clear of third at the moment. It's good to see some of the patrons back. It's certainly not what it is in a non-COVID year, but certainly a contrast to what it was like here in November. And every day this week, Augusta frontline healthcare workers were given tournament tickets free of charge. Wonderful gesture by the Masters tournament, similar to what we saw Roger Goodell and his team at the NFL push forward at the Super Bowl in Tampa this year, honoring the healthcare workers and those who were vaccinated, getting a chance to come out and enjoy a special event. First played here when he was in college. Zalatoris on a fun trip with a couple of buddies and a member. Let's get to the 8th.
Looks like a good shape. 263 up the hill.
Now out to the right with a huge second hop there, Ian. The angle will be all right, though. I think he can avoid most of the mounds that are on the right between him and the hole.
That's where Zalatoris was, Dottie. Group ahead. Made it up and down. Yes, if you can just turn it a little and get the kick off the mounds into the green, you can get it back there to that left hole.
Well, where Hideki is now, he's got the whole alleyway really kind of open to him. He walked up to the, just about to the peak of the hill. Draw a better line. .264 with the breeze from the left overall.
Will it kick in? Has it have the distance? Yes, it does. Got a big hop off the left mound, Dottie, and just over the back.
Not a bad miss, though.
No, because you cannot miss left there. We've seen that many times. I remember when Nick won back in '96, Greg Norman hit it down there to the left, and that was the start of the turnaround. So many great players from Japan over the years. Jumbo Ozaki, Seo Aoki, Tommy Nakajima, all played here and done well at the Masters as we head up to 9.
So he played here when he was in college, got a chance to play, but he first laid eyes on Augusta when he was 8 years old. He was here for the 2005 Masters. That was the year Tiger had the incredible shot at 16.
Needs to feed this down the shadow at the flag. You watch. Hanger left.
Starting now. Oh, that's gotten away from him a bit. People who thought that putting was his weakness, Nick, but he's coming into the day ranked top 3 in the field in putting.
Yeah, it's so important here, is it? All just about all the champions will be in the top 5.
Let's go to 17.
Just a little tree trouble here for John. 6 under par, working on a really great round. Has to fight going long here.
It's downwind out the second cut. Ian, it's going to come in mighty fast.
It is a tough chip from there too. Now we're at 10. Jordan Spieth second. 211.
So just get to the green.
Yes, it did. What a shot. What a shot. Can Jordan Spieth do something special here on the second 9?
Yeah, if you can just shoot a 30, there's your 10 under.
Now we saw Xander miss way over to the right, like Will Zalatoris. Will played a nippy little open face lob wedge, Dottie, and got some good spin. Hit it in about 10 feet left of the hole from there.
I think if Xander would stop right there, that's about where he wants to land this ball. It's a little flat area right where he's standing. That will.
Let's check in back at 9 while we wait for this pitch.
This for a 2 under side. for his par at 9. Wow. This gets tough. Let's go back to 8.
Like I'm saying, if it lands just on the pin with cut spin, it's just going to kind of hold that and then maybe go down to the right, which isn't bad. But I mean, if we can get it just past the pin, it's great, you know, on our line here. Landing just on. Yeah. 4 or 5 feet on.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going way high with this.
Wait for this wind. This is a
They're
weird
definitely
downwind
looking
here.
left.
Yeah, none of these pitch shots are easy. I find it one of the more difficult traits of this golf course. The grass is very firm and very tightly cut. The greens are very firm and fast. You've got to land it in the correct places. Nick talks about that all the time.
Bite. Bite.
There's a miss hit here, and you can tell by the clunky sound.
It was almost like a hit the ground first and skid into the ball.
I was going to say, though, I love the way he looks at his landing spot, even from 40 yards.
At 17 now. Oh, so close for Rahm. That would have got him to 7 under. His best round here is a 65. He finished 4th. Back in 18. Now, Hideki.
He's left this in a very good spot. I believe he can land this ball on about a step and a half. Couple of checks and just kind of cruise on in.
Absolutely impeccable around the greens this week. Leading and scrambling for the first 3 rounds. And another delightful touch chip. Spectacular. To 9.
Rose.
It's got to come in hot, hasn't it? Yeah, it trickles off back right.
And 17.
Rahm for par. What another great save. Fantastic par. Almost chipped it in. He heads to the last 5 back at 6 under, and we go to the 10th tee. Will Zalatoris, 3 wood. That's a swing to copy right there. Makes Justin Thomas look overweight. Tall, thin, strong, fast. Over to 13.
47-year-old Stuart Singh. Just his 2nd Masters since 2014. How about this? He's tied for 10th right now, having won in Napa in the fall, breaking an 11-year drought and playing just super here. Rahm on the tee at 18.
Suits his eye for that that bullet. Look at that thing.
I think John will like to keep on going.
You're right.
Play another emergency 9.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's go to the 8th.
And Schauffele needs to continue the run of birdies if he's to challenge. And he has. Wonderful putt there. Birdie, birdie for Schauffele. Now at 10, we saw Jordan Spieth's excellent approach. That's more like it. You see Michael Greller shaved his beard today too. That's maybe they were looking for a little something different. Could this be the start of something spectacular on the second 9? Now Hideki. $12 under par. 1 under on his round today. And a 3-shot lead over young Will Zalatoris. Earned his first win back in 2014 at Memorial, and host Jack Nicklaus said he felt Hideki could be truly one of the world's great players over the next 10 to 15 years. And Jack, I think you're right. Up at 9.
And Rose trying to figure out how far he has to play it right of the hole. By the way, the birdie by Spieth at 10 means he sweeps it for the week. Birdies it all 4 days. That's the first time in the history of the Masters in 85 years anyone has gone birdie, 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 birdie at 10. There had been 8 players who had played at 3 under for the week, but now he becomes the first to birdie it all 4 days. What would you do in this spot right here if you were Justin?
Big swing, Jim, as we saw from Zalatoris' putt. He's got to at least, he's going to chip it across to the very top of the middle tier, and then it's got the breeze to contend with. So looking for at least 6 to 8 feet of break. They cannot get frisky on it.
Looks like it could be quite good.
No, I think
is it enough?
No, the wind's going to hold it up.
Oh,
That
my
gust has
goodness.
wrecked it.
Yeah, the wind.
Look at it.
Look at it pushing it. But it's not terrible.
Yeah. You just got to be great from 6 to 8 feet this week.
Matsuyama on the tee at 9.
Just saw a beautiful tee shot from Xander Schauffele, breeze from the right. Less room down the right than there's been in the past because they've taken that second cut away. It'll scamper.
Got to be careful. It's
These
close.
guys are so long, though. They whip it right across the corner, Jim. It's unbelievable. The old days, if you drew it, you clipped the trees and you were stuck.
Found a flat spot, too. Let's go to the 10th.
From a perfect position. Good solid shot, just a half a club too much. That will be a lag putt from back there. Ahead to 11.
And playing back into that south breeze, so this can play every inch of its 500 plus yards.
Come on, wind. Come on, wind. Just a skosh.
Ooh, very nearly. Might be able to fashion a shot as we go to 13.
And sink for eagle.
Just gonna say, nice treat to have your son on the bag.
Yes, Reagan.
Yeah.
His boy Reagan. That would have been only the second eagle of the day at 13. We showed you Bryson shortly after we came on the air. He's got the only 3 at 13. As the leaders march the 9th. I say the leaders, it's Matsuyama at 12. Schauffele at 6. He's in a 3-way tie for 3rd. One of those is Rose at 6 under. Zalatoris in between the leader and those in 3rd.
Well, the breeze is definitely strong enough to hold it up a hair. So do you calculate that? Do you do less break, or do you hit it a smidgen firmer? There's a gust. Wow.
horseshoe uphill.
Yeah, put it in the left, second cut, caused no angle, and
in 18, we got Rahm.
I want to see how this one reacts, Jim. Oh, see, even that. John Rahm can put some spin on it from a short. It's still got a big hop.
He'll have that putt for 65. So go back to the 10th.
This is a long downhill left to right putt for Will Zalatoris. One that you'd be just happy to get down there somewhere in tap-in range, Nick.
Absolutely, Ian. It's always more. Again, we've got a subtle ridge coming from front right corner, then snaking almost to the right corner of our screen, and that's what. Once it starts to accelerate on the slope, look where he's aiming. Eyes are at least 6 feet left.
And he is the only player within 3 of the lead, as you said. That would be a good position to be in here on the second 9.
A couple of wiggly strokes in. The one he just popped in at 9, it didn't come out the middle of the bat.
He hit a putt similar to that at the 3rd. A little too aggressive. A beautiful amen corner here at Augusta National. Will Zalatoris at 10 green, about to make his way down the hill. But it's Matsuyama with a commanding lead here. 9 to go.
And the new Papa trying to find one more birdie and call it a day. Baby Kepa, born a week ago yesterday. Come on now.
I cannot believe for downhill to leave it short.
What a round, though. We had 68 by Hatton earlier. 70 by Morikawa. There you go. Wife Kepa, baby Kepa, wife Kelly. Rumbo, it says on the back of the cap. Boy, he has you look at it, he's had a lot of high finishes here in a short number of years, Nick.
Oh, he's a quality player. Definitely a major champion one day. Guys are getting a little afraid of the 9th, and that's going to catch the famous false front. Didn't quite have it. It's full fire, so that's okay, sensible.
Let's go to 10.
Huge putt here for what young Will. And like he did at 3, left it short and low.
Most of those putts, he has that lovely little pop, and then some of them, especially uphillers, he should keep the pop going, shouldn't they, Ian?
Yes, I agree. He's doing so many things so well. Big motivator was Jordan Spieth when he won back at 9.
And the lead is back to where it began at the start of the day at 4.
Must stay in the air at least 90 yards to take that front slope out of play. Nick, that's a little bit of brilliant.
Well, wonderful angle. He knows a great tee shot. Just saw Justin Rose in trouble, so he puts it down there perfectly. And downwind, that was perfection, wasn't it?
He's that close to 5 in front and heading to the second side. Let's get to 11.
And Nick, that breeze is just starting to switch a little more from the west at the moment. So it means he'll actually send the ball towards the pond or towards the flag.
That's so weak.
Safe. Long, long way away. Only one birdie here at 11 today. Tuck that flag over there. It's hard sledding. Back to 9.
Shoffley.
He was very fortunate this ball was far enough to the right that it didn't go down the steepest part of that upslope. Now, Nick, it's a chip shot you can hole.
I love this. I'm going to try this tomorrow. Keep looking at my landing spot on any length, as long as I don't do my neck in. Get there.
Oh, Dottie, he almost called it.
Does almost count? No.
No.
Had the same sort of round on Friday, just kind of got stuck back there in that corner 3, 4, 5, and then kind of released into the round.
Well, Hideki's ball's come right down. I thought for a moment if it was, you know, hole high, it'd be really tricky. So
it's a perfect spot.
Yeah, a little uphill, left edge, firm.
I'm thinking of some of the quality shots that he has struck since making that par save at 5. A good tee shot at 6.
Yep.
Wonderful second at 7, though he missed the putt. Birdied 8. And then the shots here at 9 to get into this position to strike. I mean, he's really settled into this round after that par at 5.
Yeah, he's looked good. Looks relaxed. You know, the other important thing here is the media. You know, we talk about the media coverage this man, obviously from Japan, will attract. And of course, at Augusta National, no media is allowed inside the ropes. All the cameras are outside. So if there's one major he could really win, it's this one.
That's a birdie. Matsuyama to 13 under par. And that's 5 clear of Zalatoris, who bogeyed the 10th. 5 in front, 9 to go. What would be your mindset with that lead?
Start playing sensible. Keep it in play.
Let's get to 11.
5 back. He might be long enough. Just as that's further down than what Spieth was. Xander Schauffele did tap in back at the 9th. We'll go back to 10.
Justin Rose from the left side of the fairway. 208 yards. That's a good shot, center of the green from the downslope there at 10. It's a huge downhill hole. Well, they headed along that walk, Nick, that you mentioned, and it's been said that the Masters do not truly begin until the second 9 on Sunday. This man has a 5-shot lead. At the 10th tee with leader Hideki Matsuyama. Most important thing, Ian, is not get ahead of yourselves. He's done a great job. It's, you know, the cliche, one shot at a time, one hole at a time, stay completely focused, but he's been doing that and it looks great. I agree. He's got 3 wood here, easier to draw the 3 wood with more loft.
The breeze seems to be down from what it was earlier in the week. This could get to the bottom of the hill. It's on a really nice line start. Not hugging the left, but not flare out to the right either.
Superb. Well, that's a good way to start the inward half, that's for sure. So many things going through your mind. I remember leading the Open by 5 with 9 to go. Nick, you've been there. I remember the 1990 Open. Yeah, same thing. Yep. I mean, you still have to stay so focused. You're definitely not counting any chickens. You just got to stay with it. Sure, you can give yourself an extra few feet for safety. Little straighter trajectory here with 3 wood for Xander. I actually found I started playing probably a little bit too defensive because you weren't sure that, you know, why would I force myself to make a silly mistake? Yeah, keep it on the safe side, fat of the green, that sort of thing. But the players chasing, they have to make eagles. They have to go for it. This is going to be exciting. Justin Rose in the centre of the green, down on 10. He's in that second to last group with Australian Mark Leishman. Mark is 5 under, Rose also 5 under, 2 over today. And that's one of the things, Nick, that makes it so hard. You know you need birdies, you know you've got a challenge, but then you leave yourself those 6-footers coming back.
Yeah.
Over to 11, Frank.
As we watch Spieth, and Ian, you just reminded me, remember it was 5 years ago. Jordan had that lead coming through here.
Yes, Frank, you're right.
Danny Willett picked up 5 shots over those last 6 holes. And of course, 10 years ago, it was Rory McIlroy with that big lead. And well, 25 years ago, Nick, I know you were involved in that. I was playing in that. The big catch up against Greg Norman. So certainly.
Yeah, Frank, I found it. I got a little too defensive on the putting at St Andrews, but then thinking here, being super defensive here is actually the right attitude to have.
See Hideki walking down 10 over at 9. We happen to capture the call on Tokyo Broadcasting System. Mr. Wataru Ogasawara, the play-by-play man for Tokyo Broadcasting, and Tommy Nakajima. So many of you will remember Tommy, the years he played here as the analyst. Here's their call of the second at the 9th.
イメージでいいよね。はい。松山93ヤード。しっかり上に上がってきてほしい。ピンポイントで。で戻る。同じ段。しかも下まで転がってカップの下バーディーチャンスにつけました。まだ2人で拍手してます。一気に松山差を広げにかかります。分かってるから放送席でも拍手喝采ですから。
That was tremendous.
If you'd like me to translate, Jim, he's just spun back the wedge to 4 feet and he's very happy.
Well done. You know, we've gotten to know the Tokyo Broadcasting commentators through the years, and some legends. Satoshi Ishii passed away a number of years back. Mr. Ishii was a great one, and so was Sadao Iwata. All the players from the global game that remember him as well. Let's go to 11.
That's a very good 2-putt from nearly 90 feet to remain at -5 for Spieth. Back to 10.
Yes, I mentioned earlier I played the Japanese tour in the 80s for a few years and got to know all the players there. And I mentioned how he was carrying the weight of the nation on his shoulder. For all of you guys and all of the people that have been to Japan and played golf, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They are idols. They are icons in Japan. And this would be so huge. Especially with the Olympics there this year, Frank.
Yeah, it'll be a big deal there, but it'll also be a big deal for a 24-year-old Wake Forest alumni, Will Zalatoris, to see what he can do down the hill. Now, from 200 yards, the average approach shot on the PGA Tour is 40 feet. And that's without trouble in front. Continues to play well, strategically. Very impressed.
Quite a steep downhill lie here for Xander.
Yep, downhill hooking lie with a 7-iron. Sort of under the wind down here right now.
Ah, the old Gary Player walk through. Well done.
Good way not to get stuck on the wrong foot. Also a darn good golf shot.
I agree, below the hole.
Ian, I'll add, if Hideki wins, I bet he lights the Olympic flame.
Well, that's a good call.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yep, that's how much it means to the nation.
Yes, exactly.
180 yards. One thing I really like about what he's doing, he's continued to do his own yardage, so he's responsible for his math. He's doing the same things that got him into this position. Go back to your swing thoughts, your shot shapes. Keep doing it. This is also a 7-iron.
Very good shot, right in line. For example, when Chako Higuchi won the 77 Women's PGA Championship, they received a ticker tape parade for her win. As we go over to 12T.
I'll subtract the 4 yards downhill, and then you have to factor in how much breeze you feel. Just better be careful.
Where's that right to left swing,
Oh,
Michael?
that pitch is a yard further left. That it comes back into the water.
Stop moving.
Well, his position 5 under, I guess, forced him to attack this hole. So Spieth fortunate here at 12, but at the moment could be one of the biggest days ever in golf for the country of Japan.
Get your child started in the game. Visit drivechipandputt.com to find a local qualifier near you and register for this free nationwide program. We're at the 11th.
Catch up on Will Zalatoris. When he ran tied 6th at the US Open last year, there's a strokes gained category approach. Best players in the world. He was 2 better than the average player in the field, and that was by far the best at wing foot. And the putting, which we've already talked about, it's a stroke copied from Webb Simpson. That's all that needs to be brushed up. He's ready for prime time. It will be quick and it will swing left. Not bad. Gonna have to have a think on that one though. Back to 10.
Where Hideki will be putting for his birdie up the hill.
This is a putt that he hit a lot of in his pre-round practice session, and just working on speed, kind of feed it in around the hole. But it was this shape, this distance.
Yes, it's one of the weeks of the year that all the players will practice their putting for an hour a day more than they normally would. Try and get used to the amount of break on these extremely fast greens. And you're really just trying to lag it up there when they get this quick. Throw it out to the right and let it fall down. Just like this.
No stress, huh?
Very nice. I like the fact too, Dottie, that he keeps that putter head moving. He's not staying static. I like that.
Yeah, he's gotten himself into a very comfortable, as you said, level position, and then it flows beautifully.
The 2 hardest holes on the course to now are 5 and 10. He's parred them both. Over to 12.
Well, it's not too bad for Spieth, and going uphill. Just plays that little stab shot so beautifully. Not that far away. It's the 11th green. This one downhill, 5.5 feet. Spieth did tap in at 12. Yeah, that's an excellent 4 at 11. Nice to see some color there on the hill at 12, and the applause. Blast of color here in Amen Corner. To 10.
Can be aggressive up the hill. Oh, how good were those 2 putts to not go in. So 8 holes to play. Matsuyama leads Zalatoris by 5. Let's check in with Amanda Balionis.
Here with Jon Rahm. John, yesterday, in one word, you described your round as frustrating. After a final round 66, how do you describe today?
Satisfying. That's all I can say, right? I think if anybody was watching or they go back on the highlights, you can hear me numerous times where I hit a shot right at the pin, and just from the frustrations of the first few days, not getting the wind right, I'm like, get lucky. Just be the right one. The case is on 4, 6, 12. I'm just looking at it like, let's just hope we got the wind right this time because I'm hitting good shots. And today it happened, made a few putts, and posted a great score.
This is looking like it's going to be your 4th consecutive top 10 here at the Masters. When you look at your record here, is it now a matter of not if, but when you put on the green jacket?
Hope so. You know, it's one of those things where it kind of sounds like I'm close, but I was never close to winning. Closest was 2018. I think I was 2 back on 15 far away, right? Or semi-rough. That was the closest I've been on a Sunday, and I hope to get closer, you know. It looked like halfway through the round, once I birdied 12 and I was only 5 back, I'm like, you know, what could happen if I finish strong, but looks like Hideki is taking off, playing good golf, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Well, it's time to stop chasing birdies and start changing diapers. Enjoy the time home with your family.
I'll gladly do that.
Now Rose, 222. And on that line, that better stay in the air. Excellent. It's a scary looking shot from the top of the hill, especially on a windy day.
I was feeling just a touch there. Yeah, there's a little bit in there.
Corey Connors will be actually first to play at 12. So Will Zalatoris will get to look.
Yeah, 50, yeah, it's hurt. You can definitely hit one more. It'll be fine. Right here on the same line.
It's good experience for Corey. I know he's +4 for the day. Certainly take a lot out of the round for next time. Carry on the bunker, 151 today. That's fine. It's not far away from where Woods hit it a couple of years ago. We had 6 players with a chance to win. Now, Nick, I know there's 5 shots at play here, but
tough decision on such a dangerous hole to really go for this one. You just send it over the right edge of the front bunker for safety.
That's a big pitching wedge.
Yeah, we had a look at the front of this green, didn't we, Frank? That if you come up 1 inch short of the green, wow, that's the poorest shot we've probably seen him hit for a long time.
Well, can't get inside his head, but perhaps 2 minds. Wedge, that's the shortest club I've seen attempted here at 12. Now, top of the hill at 11. Tee shot.
Frank, this was about the last poor shot he hit yesterday, right before the weather delay. And he was perfect coming in.
That'll work.
And how?
Yeah, that weather delay yesterday made a big difference. Birdied 11, 12, 15, 16, and 17 yesterday in that round of 65. Now for a first time of that walk on a Sunday across Hogan Bridge. 32 steps involved. Some might say it's a bridge too far, but it's a look into the future too. We're going to see him back many a time. And you also know when you get over the other side, every great champion that's come to Augusta National has made the same walk. Only a few have gone on to get the green jacket. Now back at 11, Schauffele. That's a wide fairway, but maybe not wide enough.
I hit Pine Straw? It's like on its third balance.
He may have a little avenue there.
Set down a little. Now back to 12. Fortunate to stay up and enough green actually to work with. But it is a slow chip coming up this hill. There's a little ridge just where Will's standing right now.
It's an awkward one, Frank. I guarantee you didn't practice this as for a chip shot.
No.
We hold it across the green, so I was amazed because this takes years to this just looks visually the flattest green on the golf course, but across it from left to right, there's easy 4-footer break.
And if it's going right of the hole, then it speeds up. So he hasn't had a chip much today, and that is extremely good. To 11, Justin Rose after that excellent second shot. Putter's been cold today. Really all his good work was done on Thursday. 7 under, 65. 2 over since. Of course, he had that excellent chance. He lost to Garcia. Corey Connors. Sun's come out. That's what you'd want on a Sunday. Everything in full bloom. See the difference between a November Masters and April. Green's a little firmer, quicker, and the beauty restored. Yeah, first half of this is slow, gets on top of the ridge, starts to flatten, and then turns right. Hill mark, we go to 18.
3-time champion Phil Mickelson for par. Comes here 1 under for the day. Opened with 75 and then recovered, made the cut on the number. 72, 69, and 72 today for Phil. Put him in a tie for 21st. Playing with Francesco. 13 now.
A little more room with this whole location, so that middle bunker, which is exactly where he's aiming.
Seems to like it, holding the finish.
Should, unless it sits on that back plateau.
It's going to stay there.
Yeah.
Back to 12.
And this is important. To 11 now, Justin Rose to remain at 5 under. She does. Zalatoris 3-putted 13 yesterday. And that putter has certainly gone awry in some of the key moments. But Schauffele here in trouble. Back on top of the hill at 11.
I'm kind of trying to figure out who's going to play first. I have Matsuyama by a yard, but Schauffele does have a look. The line is directly at the 12th tee box. In between are that little cluster of mounds. But if you can somehow get it down there, it might take the mounds and get somewhere toward the front right.
I mean, you don't even, it'd be great to have a little draw on this, but I don't think you need to have a lot, you know?
I just need to move a little straight out.
It's rehearsing a big hook.
Almost in that bunker, then keep like a hard ground package, you know what I'm saying? All right. 80 land would be great.
It's the voice of his good friend, Austin Kaiser, caddy for quite a while. Corey Connors did tap in for his par at 12.
It's on that line I talked about and beyond the mounds now. Such a good golf shot.
Well, that rain yesterday certainly softened the kick off those big bounds. Now, back across to Will Zalatoris. I know the guy who works with him strategically, Scott Fawcett, and he gave him the Tiger Woods philosophy. Avoid the big numbers. He's done that this week, and no 3 putts. That part he hasn't got right now. Hideki, big shot.
It was just a regular 6-iron.
Yeah, no need to look at the flag. Middle of that bunker. Hold it against the wind.
He heard you, Nick. It's out to the right.
That's
a little bit of work to be done, but it's fine, Nick.
Yeah, you've got to just boldly give yourself long putts and you'll be fine.
So, dry at 11 for 2. 13 under. 6 shots. A lead for Matsuyama. And Justin Rose. Just a smooth 9-iron. See if he can hold it up today.
Down now.
It's not too bad. Faint ridge in the middle. Go right of that. Sometimes it kicks towards the flag. To 13.
And Zalatoris.
Oh, beautiful shape.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Although he's watching as though he's concerned.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Let's keep kicking. Oh.
Remember, he caught a bad lie up there yesterday. It sat down on him, forced him to lay up. That one's sitting up a little better. On the green, this is a long sideways eagle.
There we go. Oh, we might like it.
He does these things, Nick.
Yeah.
Easy. A little unlucky that did not come down just a bit from that high side with his second. Let's get back to 12.
A lot of people thought Mark Leishman would be a contender today. Just gone backwards. Was trying to become the second Australian to win the Masters. Back to 11. It was actually in Japan 2 years ago. We had the tournament in Tokyo where Tiger Woods actually got his 82nd win. Hideki was runner-up there, but it was sellout every single day. And you could argue on one hand that they came to see Tiger Woods, but they came to cheer him. And I know the Olympic golf course, Ian, I know you're involved with that, but that's also going to be in Tokyo. Should he go on to win? I mean, the reception alone, when he gets on that first tee, should he go on to win here, would be quite amazing.
Yeah, they're looking forward to that at Kasumi Gaseki Golf Club. It's a beautiful 36-hole golf club in Tokyo.
A little white. Xander's going to putt first.
This is a sneaky fast one if you've played here. Once it starts turning left, be careful.
Good effort from Xander. To 15.
To poor tee shot down the left. Reed laid up to this point. Got a lot of green to work with. If he can fire one in there nice and low with a lot of spin, just like that. Great shot there from the 2018 champion. Back to 12.
Rose going to put along side of the fringe.
This is the one that has a ton of break.
Not to be. Good effort. Birdies have been hard to find, especially through this little stretch. And Hideki now. Beautiful touch.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to do at this point. Just check them off one swing, one putt at a time.
Yeah, holes remaining is a bit like a clock in another sport. To 13.
And Spieth for birdie to get one shot out of second.
Yeah, big fight for second now. Got about 5 players.
Made a nice turnaround in the middle of this.
Yeah.
The birdie at 9 and 10, now at 13. Let's go to 12.
Chance here for Leishman off the back. So just stalled. Let's say 4, 5, 6, 7 played very difficult today. Apart from Zalatoris, no one ate into that lead of Matsuyama's. Of course, full credit to Matsuyama for getting out in 34. To 14.
Well, we already saw Tony Finau with a miraculous shot back at the 7th. This is his 3rd at 14. Off the bank. Bottom of the cup. I think he's earned another FaceTime with Tom Brady. A birdie at 14 for Tony Finau as we go back to 11.
Schauffele currently ranked 6th in the world rankings. He's been in the top 10 for a while now.
Seems to save his best stuff from the majors. Just not a lot of weakness anywhere.
He's been in contention 2 of the last 3 Masters now. Even the short ones need the attention. One hole at a time. Avoids the water at 11. Water in play at 12, 13, 15, and 16. Man on a mission. And nice to see some of the patrons back. Don't quite have the stands yet this year. To 13.
Zalatoris poking 2 of the first 3 on this second side and trying to do something to get it back. He's up there where we saw Spieth in that area. Speedy putt, sideways it is. Jordan's on the tee at 14.
On the tee at 16, Patrick Reed in quest of his 4th birdie in succession. I like his chances, and we go to 12.
Dottie, it feels like about 8 miles an hour breeze at the moment. Not quite a full club.
No, definitely not a full club. You can see it up top. Flag is lying limp. I'd say a half a club at the absolute most right now.
He had a tendency early on in his career for going for too many flags. Nick, you've got 3 jackets you wear proudly.
Yeah, I would go for that back bunker, the right edge of the back bunker, which covers the couple of yards of the front bunker for safety. I had a look at this whole location. 1 inch short of the green there, in line with the flag, it would be in the water. So that back bunker there, you can just see that. Give yourself another yard. Anything 7 yards left is perfect.
Just a normal 9-iron. Nothing super feisty about this.
Oh, this is no normal day.
Is that long, back bunker?
Yeah, it's dry though.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you have the yardage and go too far left, you have to change your yardage.
Nick, is this the time that adrenaline starts to perhaps kick in?
Well, it did on 11, that tee shot down there. It was, he's enjoying that freedom, but this requires a lot of touch and you're staring straight at the water.
Now Xander.
Same club. This is much higher and much more aggressive.
No, that's okay. And he's going to make that walk quite as part of the golf course. Maybe take some deep breaths from on there on then. I remember first seeing him some 10, 12 years ago, the Asia Pacific Amateur Golf Championship. That's where he cut his teeth. Actually did not turn pro. Tried to win that event for 3 straight years. In the 3rd year, he was beaten by a young 14-year-old, Guan Long, who became the youngest player ever to make the cut here at Augusta. Hideki then decided to turn professional. 4 years ago, was ranked the 2nd best player in the world. To 13.
And Rose is on the tee at the par 5 13th. Teed it up right up against the tee marker.
Yeah, I think high draw. Well, it's going to just sit up, which is fine because there's plenty of room in the middle of the green.
To 14.
And the approach for Jordan Spieth. 154 to the hole. Coming off birdie at 13. And this one settles nicely for Spieth. He likes that one. Birdie putt coming up for Jordan Spieth at 14. Back to 12.
Yeah, the lie's not too bad. Yeah, you could catch it a little heavy. It could run out. Might be one of those in between.
It's a time when, if you thought about it, if you didn't like this, you go a smidgen further left, and if it costs you a 4, well, that's fine. You've just spent 1. 1 out of 6 is no problem at all right now.
He would like a do-over. Definitely got it heavy. To 13.
Well, he's not as far up into the green as we saw Spieth, so a little straighter putt.
Except the shadows have caught him out. Had big trouble with this 13th green yesterday with the change of conditions.
To 12.
I was just thinking, Nick, about that par putt he made back on 5.
Yes, that was huge.
That was key there. This one probably similar distance.
Well, this one's downhill though, Frank, isn't it? The one on 5 was uphill, so you could have holding speed. This just needs dead weight speed.
I had a touch of left to right.
And that one came at the right time. He was struggling a little.
I think it's got to roll. Yeah, it's got to roll right over that, maybe even left.
Now, Xander will be first to putt there, but we'll go to 13.
And to recover the shot he just gave away at 12. He's missed a number of putts of that length now, Nick.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate poor first putt. Got to keep the old concentration going.
Back to 12.
And Xander at the moment in that tie for third. Look out. What a great two. So now in a tie for second.
Well, might get two back, so 4-shot lead possibly.
Don't go anywhere. But this is what you as Hideki have to anticipate, that everybody's going to make every opportunity that they have. Keep yourself alive. Staying in a positive and aggressive mindset, but under control. And like Nick said, it's okay to make 4 here.
Maybe not so much after my playing. I call him an opponent. He's just made a 2. I wouldn't like it.
So he should just drop 1. Lead will go back to 12 under. To 14.
And Jordan Spieth has this putt to move into a tie for second. Beauty. So Matsuyama in a bit of trouble at 12 as Spieth gets to 7 under and makes his way to the par 5 15th hole. Back to 12.
So even though this hole is just 160 yards, played over par every single day this week. So 4, not the end of the world.
But wouldn't like another 2-shot swing
No.
over the next 6 holes.
And that's exactly what that 13th hole was built about. To 13.
Rose just inside 200.
Yeah.
Sit down. Oh boy. Sit down. Sit down.
Yeah, they're all taking that line for safety through the middle of the green, but they're not really getting the reaction they're hoping for. It's not digging in and turning to the right.
14.
Tee shot for Zalatoris. And this one headed down the left side. Oh, and he got a bit of a break right there into the fairway. Hey, you take that on a Sunday at Augusta National. Back to 13.
Yeah, you got the Crenshaw bounce. Here's Mark Leishman, 3rd shot. Needs a little help from the slope. And he uses that backstop effectively. Mark at 4 under par. On the tee, Schauffele coming off birdie.
You can't feel that breeze that's pushing the golf ball to the right now. Less than 50% of the players have hit the fairway this week.
Nice.
Good recovery after the little block on.
Oh, look where that is.
Look at that fella right round the corner. Wow. Well, great recovery after a little pull on number 11.
Call that upper deck at 13. Let's go to 16.
And here's Patrick Reed. And he joins that group of 4 previous players who have birdied the 2 par 5s, the 14th, as well as the par 3 16th. Let's go to 13T.
Still 5 in front.
Needs the tee shot that he hit at the 9th.
Now he's turning. Uh-oh.
That
might make it back to the grass, yes.
Wow.
Came back solidly in the second cut. No problem at all.
There's some adrenaline in that one. That was still going up into those pine trees. That's 290 to reach them.
Up on the green and just over the back in that little swale. Here's Rose.
Tons of right to left.
Boy, he's got a good pace on it.
It's good.
To 15.
And Jordan Spieth coming in here with a hot hand. 4 birdies in his last 6. Just take a look how he's played this hole so far this week.
Dang it.
Trying to hit that little fade up the right side. And missing the fairway to the left. That is probably going to lead to some kind of layup. Back to 14.
And Trevor, the wind had been pretty quiet here at 14 the last hour or so, but it's gusting up as Zalatoris hits his second. And this will work a little bit away from the hole, but he'll still have a birdie putt coming up. "24 years old, competing in his first Masters tournament."
Well, Hideki's tee shot. He actually hit Wood off the tee and Wood down the way. It takes off running on the green. Leishman.
Oh.
Puts him in a tie for 6th with Patrick Reed and Justin Rose. But you saw him, Hideki 5 in front. He's in a full sprint. It looks like the Butler cabin to receive a green jacket. Okay, can Rose make birdie here at 13? Exquisite play to here. That puts him at 6 under alongside John Rahm, tied for 5th. Let's go to 15.
And Bobby McIntyre up the hill for birdie at 15, right in the heart. His first Masters. And a good solid second 9 here to get him to 3 under for the tournament. Back to 14.
Zalatoris looking at this birdie putt at 14. And Nick, there was so much talk yesterday that the greens changed after the weather delay. What have you seen today?
Well, we've kind of gone back to normal, not quite as feisty as day one. And, you know, I wanted to comment for the guys that, you know, yesterday when you keep coming up short, people will say, well, just hit it harder. But you've been here all week on mega fast greens. You can't turn it around with 5 minutes of practice.
Back to 13.
Okay, what's the play going to be here?
He has a 5-iron in his hand, 196 front, 215 to the hole, and a perfect lie.
And again, Dottie Deluxe, you're not looking at the flag. Just try and get it middle of the green. Use the slope.
Ball starts left and is going left. All right, it's down in that.
Wow.
It's a second cut, but it's fine.
That's absolutely fine. Didn't need that one hopping into the azaleas.
Exactly. In fact, he got a favorable hop.
Yeah, it stopped it dead and came down into the gully. So it's good opportunity.
Let's go to 14.
Up the hill, left to right putt for birdie. Zalatoris. And that putt left for par to remain even on the day. Back to 13.
I'm feeling the hurt right now. Now we are. I mean, it's 60 cover, and that's just left of the pin. And we feel like, what, 75 cut? That's got to be enough to cover the 50%, for sure. In line you said 60? In our line, yeah. For sure. Right now, I like it. Get one of those. You can be aggressive with that. I like that. That's what I'm saying. It's really steep.
Well, the early decision was an 8-iron for Xander. A little bit of breeze has come back up, mostly quartering in from the right.
Yeah. But if you keep it below the tree line.
A little harder to do when you don't have a real even stance.
I see more. I think this is a smart club. So, yeah, choke up on it. We have to play for her from everything we've seen in the last 3 days. Okay. 70 pin, I mean. Yeah, I think it's playing about 80 right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the way it's coming in. Correct.
One more.
Yeah.
163 covers right.
Come on, Xander.
Oh, what a shot. All that uncertainty. Well, that was washed away rather quickly with that one swing. He's got an eagle attempt. There's been a second one here at 13. Ryan Palmer joining DeChambeau, the 2 of the day. 15.
They've been taking a little time trying to figure out what to do here. Michael Grelly's caddy actually walked all the way down to the layup area to figure it out, then trudged back up the hill to tell him what he saw. So he's going to be left with that devilish third shot into the par 5, 15th. Matsuyama right now got a hold of this 85th Masters, leader by 5.
And here's a look from our azalea cam at 13.
We'll land it on the upper ledge.
That's right where he walked, Nick.
Yeah. That's got excellent pace, isn't it? Wow, that's
just gorgeous.
Scrambling has been the best this week.
I mean, it's like the shot he hit last evening at 18 from way beyond the green. Showed that deft touch as he did right here.
It's something about the trust you get. Obviously, you get once you've seen a few shots and you get a great resolve, gives you that little bit of confidence. You can read the shots before you play them.
15.
Downhill lie, little into the wind. Needs to land at about 4 yards short of the hole with a lot of spin. And it's not quite going to get up that ridge. But still not bad there. 10 or 12 feet up the hill for his birdie. Back to 13.
Really in here tight is Schauffele coming off birdie at 12. And Hideki, seeing how close he was, had to feel just a little bit of More pressure on that third shot he just hit.
Absolutely. He wanted to get inside him, #1 priority, and just in case he pops this in, he's only going to lose one.
Xander, born and raised in San Diego, grew up playing Torrey Pines. Was a youngster. The site of this summer's United States Open. Stayed home to go to San Diego State. Won a Cal State Amateur in 2014, which was held in the area at La Costa. And the Masters has a very rich history with golfers from his hometown of San Diego. Champions like Billy Casper, Craig Stadler, and of course Phil Mickelson.
A putt that likes to hang a little straighter than sometimes the players believe.
He's given up on it. Hideki is probably going to match him with a 4. So birdie it is. Schauffele into second alone at 8 under. Well, it's a nice turnaround after that really horrid start. Remember, that was a good double in some respects.
Yeah.
He had to get up and down with his second try from the sand. And 4 birdies after that to get back to 8 under.
It's very much like the round he played on Friday when he shot 69 and didn't look like he got anything out of it.
Another birdie for Matsuyama. Regains the shot, dropped at 12.
So important just to pick the par 5s off, so it gives you that cushion that if you bogey the odd hole, you're still going forwards on the scoreboard.
How about that? 12 under through 15 par 5s played this week. Let's go to 14.
Approach for Rose. Didn't seem to like it, but the end result will give him another chance to make birdie.
Yeah, he thought he just missed the bowl, but he's right on the edge of it.
To 15.
Can Zalatoris hit it a long way down there? Try and make an eagle here. Made one in the first round and has played this hole beautifully all week. So he's got the first part of that done. Perfect tee shot. Back to 14.
That big leaderboard, no secrets anymore. Everyone knows exactly where they stand.
Tee shot for Schauffele.
That ought to be just fine, Andrew.
Sure will. Fifteenth major start for Xander, and it looks like it's going to be his 11th top 20 finish.
Hideki did clatter in the trees left yesterday.
And a beauty by Matsuyama at 14. Well, earlier today you heard from the Tokyo Broadcasting System. How about the third at 13?
はい、このアングルです。いいとこへ落ちた。いいんじゃないこれ。向かってきますね。向かってますね。向かってる。向かってる。バーディーチャンス。完璧。ピンチ1点チャンスに変えた松山。今週はこのグリーン周りのアプローチもあります。
That's so good. I think, Vern, they were saying, in your life, have you ever seen... No. What a shot by Matsuyama. After 2 shots at 13 that weren't his best, he was still able to make birdie there after that beautiful third. Now, Rose, birdie at 14.
If Tokyo keeps saying birdie chance all the way in, then it will be a lock for Hideki.
Frustrating par there for Rose as we go to 15.
And Spieth trying to make his 5th birdie in his last 7 holes. Oh, just hung out there. All set up with a poor tee shot. And isn't it great to see the 3-time major champion back playing well? But Matsuyama heading up the 14th fairway at 13 under and a 5-shot lead.
On the tee at 16, Jordan Spieth. Well, needs to chat again with Michael Griller.
We're supposed to go to west around now, wasn't it?
Yeah. Touch of her.
Changes my shot completely.
Yeah, so you're playing more right of it and
Yeah.
draw.
Now then, 7 iron.
I think I chunked it. Kick left and go. Oh, don't stay there. Keep funneling. Keep funneling. Oh no, Jordan. I haven't hit it there in 9 years and that thing's there.
You know, if only we could get him to express himself. Let's go to 13. 14.
And here at 14, Dottie, these are 2 of the better drives we've seen at 14. Matsuyama will be first.
So good that Matsuyama has just gap wedge in his hand. Same hole location they used in the final round of the Anwa for the women a week ago Saturday. 125 total, 109 to the top.
Oh, lands it in a good spot. And Matsuyama will have another great look at birdie. Top 10 strokes gained approach each of the previous 7 seasons on tour. So we go up to 15.
And Zalatoris giving it a go here. That breeze just swirling around down in the valley. Okay, that's in the bunker. Won't be too bad to where the hole is located today. Lots of green to work with.
Like that?
Back to 14.
The minimum up top is.
I just need to
103.
Goes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think 107 would be a smarter number.
Okay.
A safer one.
Yeah. I like
You hear that?
Like I said, if it lands on the pin, it's going to dig in a touch more.
Okay.
It's a perfect 100 yards to the top deck. Breeze is helping. Sand wedge.
This will work back. This will work back nicely for Schauffele. Xander is dialed in. This was the hole where in 2019 he took the lead for a brief moment before Tiger went on to win as we go up to 15.
And a decision to be made for Zalatoris here, exactly what style of shot he wants to play. If he wants to go for the chunk and run, or something that flies a little further down there and grabs on that second bounce. Went for the first option, and this is beautifully judged. What a fantastic shot from Will Zalatoris.
This man's a real craftsman, isn't he? Wow.
Sure is. Back to 14.
25 of the last 30 Masters champions have come from the final pairing, as the final pairing has made their way here to the 14th green, and Matsuyama will be first. Mentioned a two-time Asia Pacific Amateur champion, and yesterday he said, I owe a deep debt of gratitude to the members of Augusta National because I wouldn't be here today without them. Low amateur 10 years ago, and now a 5-shot lead at the final round of the 85th Masters.
It may be a 5-shot lead, Andrew, but Xander Schauffele's not letting him feel like it's a 5-shot lead. Keeping that pedal down, making Hideki have to perform, have to respond.
And no doubt about it, Dottie. That's the closest we've seen today. At 14, Xander, you see his mark. It's been 87 starts since his last win 4 years ago in Akron.
That was a masterful closing round, I can promise you. I watched all 61 shots of it.
And Dottie, he has to be firm with this putt here.
Yeah, you're fighting up against the hill that is this entire golf course.
Did not come back. Look from above here on another glorious day at Augusta National. Think of Gary Player's favorite quote. If they have a golf course like this in heaven, I want to be the head pro. And a par for Matsuyama to remain at 13 under. They've got this just inside 2 feet for Schauffele. Nine under. And within 4 of Matsuyama. 3 consecutive birdies for Xander Schauffele to get to 9 under par. Mentioned Matsuyama, 2-time Asia Pacific Amateur Champion 2010 and 2011. And just what that tournament meant not only for him but future generations. The low amateur in 2011. He would be the 7th to be low amateur at the Masters and then go on to win the green jacket as he walks back to the 15th teeing area. And up on the green,
Zalatoris now to convert after that great bunker shot. There you go. What a impressive performance as a first-timer. A lot of people talking about him coming into this week, and he has delivered. Going to be a lot of fun to watch him over the next few years. Back up the hill to the tee now. Over to 16 first.
And here is Jordan's response to a 9-year absence from this position.
Don't think he got it high enough, Vern. It's a fine line. You keep hitting it to the right, you could possibly leave it up there.
And 15.
And Rose with the ball well above his feet here. You can see him looking way out to the right. Going to be trying to sling this one in from right to left. Dead calm down at the green right now. Just gripping down on it a little bit. Wow, look how far right that started. Is it going to come back enough?
Caught the trees.
Yeah, just settle there. Settle there. Oh, no. That is a terrible mistake.
Come down in the water.
Up to 16.
And Jordan for 3. So he'll head to 17 at 7 under. Let's go back to 15.
And Schauffele looks like he's set to go, Dottie.
He will be first to play, yes. We'll breeze in.
What's interesting is that he's actually in the first 3 rounds only hit this fairway once.
Yeah, Friday it was a big miss to the left. I was actually fortunate to have a little gap to be able to pitch a second through.
Still has played the hole at 3 under for the week.
Tempo has gotten better and better as the day's gone on.
Teed up all the way on the right-hand side, trying to cut it back into the middle of the fairway, and it's just cambering down to the left now, but should be far enough down there to where he'll have some kind of shot. Now Leishman, his third, coming off the downslope. Just trying to hang on to the edge of that ridge there. Not bad. Now back to the leader, Matsuyama.
Potentially the last time he has to hit driver today.
Going for the tee early, that is perfect. Getting closer and closer. Up to 16.
And on the tee, 24-year-old Will Zalatoris. Bit strong.
Well, the highest finishes ever by a Japanese player at Augusta. Toshi Izawa tied for 4th in 01. Shingo Katayama 4th solo in 09. And Matsuyama finished 5th in 2015 when Jordan won. But now he's 4 in front, playing the 15th in the final round.
And after the penalty drop, Rose is 4th now. Tough last few days for Justin. Has not had his best stuff and been a little struggle. Up to 16.
Zalatoris for birdie. You know, Will earlier told a wonderful story about playing with Jordan Spieth when he was 9. Jordan was 11. They established a friendship that remains very strong to this day. Let's go to 15.
And Leishman for birdie here. And this group has not had any momentum going today. Rose comes to this hole 1 over for the round and then hits it in the water. Leishman 2 over for the round. Huge leaderboard here next to the 15th green, so players can get a good look at exactly where they stand, what's going on.
It's interesting, Trevor. He took a month off and obviously practiced extremely hard. All he saw was all those great positive shots, no negatives. For a full month, you come, played an absolute incredible period through the round, 9 under for 10 holes. And then guess what? We start to think about it. Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it sure is. All of a sudden, the expectation level goes up. And this course, as always, has been on a knife edge this week. To save par. And yesterday on the second 9, we saw him make a number of those length putts just to keep himself in it. Back in the fairway. Matsuyama looking down the hill at what he faces, trying to gather his thoughts.
Well, consider the magnitude. He looks really calm, which he obviously got to be on. Calm, relaxed, but with the intensity on the inside.
Leishman to clean up for par. So this pairing clears the way on 15. That final group standing back up on top of the hill. Up to 17.
Where Jordan Spieth has hit a perfect drive, top of the hill. Wind quite calm up here at the moment. Looking for his 5th top 5 here in the Masters. 2 seconds, a 3rd, a win. Currently in outright 4th, a good chance to get to 8 under. Back at 15.
And Matsuyama getting set to play.
He stands at the top of the hill with a 4-iron in his hand. 219 to the front, 236 to the hole. Directly at it.
Softly, softly. Oh no. Just came out so low and took a huge bounce off that downslope, Nick.
I thought he'd go with a fade against the breeze to hold it up. He just pulls it a hair and rockets through, rockets through. Can't imagine what Tokyo TV sounds like now.
All right, now what's Schauffele got?
He has 201. He can look at the right bunker and move the ball to the left from there. 2 tree limbs to factor in.
In the flat.
Okay, in the bunker, we saw Zalatoris get up and down from there not so long ago. As we take a look at this second shot again, just came out so much lower than what you ordinarily would see him hit a long iron. And just take a look at this first bounce. That's about a 10 to 12 yard skip and never had a chance of staying dry. Oh, man. His heart will be racing right now. So he's going to get down there and figure out exactly what his options are, the best place for him to drop. Start to factor in what the lead is for right now. Schauffele's in the bunker in 2. A lot of things going through his mind right now. And Nick just mentioned the Tokyo broadcasting. Let's take a listen.
To 左。奥。ちょっと待って。向こうの池もある。向こうの池もある。16番の池に捕まった。ここで松山。
Everybody on the edge of their seats right now, Nick.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Japan is like right now? I mean, he just had to keep it dry. That's all he had to do. And now we could have a 2 or maybe even a 3-shot swing.
Up to 17.
It's never over till it's over. Spieth for birdie. Wow, he had a good chance to look at Brian Harman's putt just before him, but that slow start for Jordan, 3 bogeys the first few holes. That he'll look back at that as we go to 16.
Mark Leishman, moment ago. He thought as we thought. Perhaps. Let's go back to 15 and the drama.
So, rules official in place. Making sure that he gets this penalty drop correct.
That's a 2 club length penalty drop.
So he's going to be hitting his 4th shot now, Dottie, and still no bargain. This very difficult coming back up a steep slope here.
Yeah, you cannot see the bottom of the flagstick even from where he is. There's such elevation change.
Do you know, guys, I would try to just play to the edge of the green. I wouldn't even try to get it on. If it fell on fan, I'd chip it up to maybe 3 or 4 paces short and then get up and down from there. Because if you go for this and it goes wrong, you're back in the water on the other side.
Well, you're looking at 8, maybe 9 from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Just some kind of layup
right
almost
there.
right to where he is.
If you could finish there. But he's probably thinking, I will lob it, land it there, skip it, but especially with a couple of 4 shots kind of in your pocket, maybe Schauffele obviously gets up and down, gets to 10. You spend 1 here, you're still 2 ahead.
And the applause you heard there was Mark Leishman tapping in for his birdie up at 16.
Trevor's golfers, we don't really think that way, do we? We're thinking, oh, he is going well left. He's got a bit of tree trouble, hasn't he? To take a direct route, Dottie?
No, I think he's okay there.
I think he's okay.
All right.
My concern, Nick, is that he's got this club bladed pretty wide open.
He's going for it. I was going to say, they don't think the strategy way. They just keep going for it.
Okay. Was a good solid strike, but leaving it right where you thought he should, Nick.
Yeah, I think you, if you've got him in your pocket, maybe you use one more here.
Now, Xander took a little time while Matsuyama was dropping to actually read this bunker shot.
It's sitting beautifully. It will be speedy, but controllable. It's gotten an up and in from one bunker today, or all week, excuse me, just one.
Little grab on the second bounce and now feeding down there perfectly. Oh! What a shot!
2 chip shots and 1 bunker shot. Probably a total of 2 feet from the hole.
Man, that looked like it was going to go in with 3 or 4 feet left. And Schauffele is just heaping the pressure on Matsuyama right now. Things just got very interesting here. Just watch this reaction right here. Patrons behind.
So that means it looked good for 99% of the way.
Dottie, this putt right here is going to have a lot of break from his left.
Absolutely it will. And you also have to just gauge and believe how it's going to come out of this first 3 or 4 feet.
Wow, the thing that messes with your mind is you have to hit it quite firm to get it through the fringe to the green, and then it's real quick from there.
He has not broke from his routine. Not once.
Had the line. Just got caught up in the fringe. Up to 17.
And Will Zalatoris. What a first Masters it's been for this young man. The pride of Wake Forest, and another great shot.
I just love his style of play, isn't it? It's basically make a decision, have a look.
And go.
And go. I mean, how refreshing is that? You had 100 guys like that on tour, be round in 3 hours.
So Matsuyama now cleaning up for this bogey. Still needs to pay attention. Inside left. How things have changed in the last 10 minutes.
Especially if Xander swoops one in there for another possible gimme 2 at 16.
What an up and down. It's game on. The lead is down to 2. And 4 birdies in a row for Schauffele. Up to 18.
Spieth on the tee. He's 4 back.
I'll come in early and say, watch out for Jordan Spieth at Key, where it's going to be windy. It's a scramble, as wouldn't say paradise. It's brutally difficult around the green, so Jordan must be licking his chops to get to the PGA,
where he'll be going for the career slam. Let's go to 17.
And this to get to 9 under. Absolutely fantastic for the young man in just his 3rd major championship. 6th at the US Open, and now in 3rd place in his first Masters. Let's go back to 16.
And Matsuyama and Schauffele on the tee. Nick, my mind flashed back to 1986 when Jack was trailing by 2 and Seve Ballesteros at 15 put it in the front pond.
It's funny, that was a 4-iron as well. Seve toe hooked it and wrecked his career from there on. That's how the knife edge of our game is.
Jack went on, of course, to birdie 17, took the lead at the age of 46. And won his 6th. And what a reversal for Xander Schauffele. Front 9, first 9, second 9.
That's what it is right now, that's what it is.
Look at that, 6 under
7 up
in
there.
the last 9 holes.
Yeah, I'll just move right between the 2 towers.
Okay. Full one, yeah?
Yep, all you got.
The wind is in the player's face and from the left, Vern. This is an 8-iron. Extremely high, just right at the flag.
Oh.
Definitely in the water.
There are the ripples.
It hit a wall of wind.
So he will have to head to the drop zone. And that should give Matsuyama a little breathing room.
Well, if he wants to steal the deal, he makes the 2. Well, many champions make it 2 at the 16th.
Well, I think this is a very safe club. Yesterday he hit 8. This is a 7.
He's running with a lot of adrenaline. I wouldn't want to leave it on the back of the green, though.
See if he takes some off, grips down a little bit. He does have that flighted shot for sure. That's to the safe side.
That's where Jordan hit it, so we know that putt.
I just thought that.
He's got to putt it around the mini scoreboard in the corner of the screen there.
Well, he had a bit of a smile as he walked it. Now Xander Schauffele has to head to the drop zone. Oof.
The drop zone's no fun. It's still 145 yards to go.
Indeed. Let's go to 18.
And Jordan for his 2nd shot. Got to get up.
Sometimes when you're coming uphill downwind, it doesn't get airborne enough and doesn't carry.
As you know, Nick, that is not an easy 2-putt at 16 at all for Matsuyama. So don't even think about Zalatoris being out of this either. You know, if he was to birdie 18 and get in a 10 under,
We just saw what Jordan Spieth did. I don't. If you have to play sensibly, got to get it down there. Can't risk it. You will end up 10 feet at best.
Schauffele backs off. Oh dear. If you get a front row seat, you have to show some agility. To 18.
Yeah, Zalatoris coming off a birdie at 17. Can he get in at 10 under?
Oh, no.
Ooh, let's go of it. He's headed to the bunker.
Straight in the first bunker. But with the front hole location, it's still doable.
Up ahead, Jordan. We've seen so many come close here from this very area.
Oh, that didn't carry. That didn't need to land short of the green.
To think that when the lead pair was on the 12th tee, Schauffele wasn't in second. In fact, he was 7 back. He was 6 under. Hideki was 13 under. He was 7 back. And by the 16th tee, the margin was 2. But now Xander making a mess of things here at 16. His reaction. Vern?
I'll take a breath and give it back to you.
Let's see if Spieth can make par. It's for a round of 69. Oh, boy.
Wow, from the middle of the fairway. Perfect.
He's got a bunch of 4th place finishes this year. Of course, he's got the win a week ago. It completely changed things. Round of 70. It didn't look like a 70 when he was playing the 9th. They turned things around with a putt there. 17.
And Mark Leishman.
Go. Not there. Not there.
Okay, not so bad.
Really thin.
Just a bogey on the first hole. Slow start. Some excitement over here at 16 green, Vern.
Indeed. Dottie, Nick, why don't you guys take it until he makes this shot?
Well, Vern, I go back to what Xander said about him being in the tournament a couple of years ago when Tiger won it. He said, he got caught up in the moment himself. I don't sense that happened this time. I sense he hit a really bad shot at a terrible time. He was in the moment.
Yeah,
he didn't get caught up in it. He was right where he needed to be.
The tee shot was a little fat, and there maybe was a rush of blood on the next one. This gives you some idea how quick this is, and he still leaves it top side. That's not the place to leave it.
Back to 18. Nope.
And Zalatoris. That's headed to right field.
Oh, that's helpful to spin back to give him an angle. Otherwise, he'd been lobbing it over the corner of the bunker.
Back to 16, where Hideki faces that difficult putt. Schauffele has already struck it 4 times.
Back is completely to the hole.
Actually, that shadows are fantastic. I mean, the brights, send it into the bright part there, all the way to that shadow dark line. And you watch it gather speed now.
Back to 18.
And for the third shot of Zalatoris.
Well, if he could hole it. If. Oh,
what happened
on the downslope. So I would throw it back to Vern and say, Vern, if Hideki holds that, that could be the cushion he needs.
Yeah, we'll go to 17 first.
Yes, where Mike Leishman has this for birdie. Remember, he finished 4th back in 13, playing with Adam Scott when he won. I think the big Australian might have a Masters victory in his future at the way he plays here. He'd look good in a 44 long green jacket, I think. But today, just back in a tie for 5th with John Rahm so far. To 16.
Well, Hideki is not thinking about anything right now other than getting this close in the meantime.
No, he wants to hold it, Vern. If Hideki holds out for 3, Xander's obviously going to drop 1. And Will at 18 is in a bit of trouble.
Wow. He's got that much for triple bogey.
Vern, there is a big leaderboard back there behind 6, but Zalatoris' score, the way things are timing out, will not be posted before Hideki has an opportunity to know what he makes at the 18th.
Well, basically hold this 3-shot lead with 2 to play.
Yeah, there's nothing else in your mindset
exactly.
to make this.
Should be 1 ball outside left edge. Nice and firm.
Oh. Yeah. He's thinking the same thing. Well, with a bogey, he is at 11 under still, and Schauffele has never made a triple bogey in a major in 1,041 previous holes. Remarkable. When he was a boy, Matsuyama was asked about his earliest memories. And he said, well, Jack in yellow or Tiger in red. Let's go to 18.
Okay, so this is for par, and this to be 2 back and in the clubhouse at 9 under. Could he do it? Oh, yes! What a performance all week by Will Zalatoris. Under par every round. 70 today. Let's go to the 17th.
Wow, what a putt. What a putt.
The noise didn't make it down here, though, Ian.
No, he has to forget about everything else but this tee shot, Dottie.
He needs to make 4 good swings from here to the clubhouse.
Well, there's one of them. Perfect solid drive up the center, right up on top of the hill. Made birdie here yesterday. Some good thoughts, good images. Just has to leave his second shot below the hole here. Don't get too aggressive.
Perfect. Right on.
Now Xander, shake off the 6. If he can finish birdie and Hideki stumbles, he can still be right there tied with Zalatoris at 9 under. Good drive, but may have just a little bit of tree trouble on top of the hill. Well, Hideki Matsuyama will be an icon in Japan if he can get this done this afternoon. The Ichiban golfer ever to play and represent Japan. As the final pairing make their way up the hill, past the area where the old Eisenhower tree used to be placed down the left-hand side before it fell in an ice storm many years back. Lots of thoughts there as we head up to 18 in the second to last group.
It's Mark Leishman in a tie for 5th with Rahm.
Gosh, these guys have all of a sudden they're drained. Plus they know they can't win, but starting to get a little sloppy, isn't it, in places?
Mm-hmm. I think Xander just had a look of shock.
Yeah.
To think that he had made that run with peeling off 4 consecutive birdies, and you just don't see balls in the water anymore at 16. Used to years ago. And then to hit the poor 3rd shot after the drop and then make a triple. At that time when he owned the tee, one good swing, curled up close to the hole, and who knows what this would have been. Have you noticed his demeanor change at all, Ian, Hideki?
No, he gets a sort of a sheepish grin or look on his face when he gets embarrassed. That's a typical trait of many of the Japanese players I've played with. He feels embarrassed when he doesn't hit a good one. But he's such a wonderful team player, and all the President's Cups he's been in, all the players love him and really respect him and his abilities and the way he is. An interesting side note here is both players were taught by their dads all the way up till, well, Stefan Xander's dad is still his coach and only coach ever. But just recently this year, Hidenori Mizawa started to coach Hideki Matsuyama. He had his dad right up until now, until this year. Worked on his game himself under that tutelage. And it was Hidenori Mizawa this year that tried to help him get rid of that that little pause at the top that at times got a little bit too much of a pause. But it looks good today, Dottie. You've watched him all day. He's the swings have been good and solid and sound.
Yeah, I would say they were true to his golf swing, but just made the transition a little more straightforward. There's less things to time out. Pitching wedge here, Ian.
It's right on line. Oh, it's a perfect spot to leave it. Uphill putt, 15 feet or so, good safe shot. So all he needs is a couple of 4s. Easy to say, isn't it?
I gotta draw it too, so I don't hit this tree. Yeah. I feel like it's gonna jump in, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that should cover that, no problem. Yeah. With the draw.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Xander has a gap wedge. That breeze helping. 105 front.
Stay up on top there. Don't move left. Oh, it just keeps creeping down that bank. That'll be a difficult putt. Well, unfortunately for Xander, he's going to have to hold that and make 3 up the last to have any chance at all. That triple bogey at 16, very costly. Up at 18.
Yeah, this was a moment ago. Leishman. Well played. Knocked that in for around a 73. Now we're live with Rose. Had the 4-shot lead on Thursday. Led going into Saturday by 1. Come on now. Give him one more memory. Do it. All right. For a round of 74. Tell you, Nick, I'll never forget that stretch he had. He was 9 under through a 10-hole stretch on Thursday, part of the 18th, 9 for his last 11.
When the golf course was impossible.
It's just beyond
we had
logic.
We had 269s. That's what we kind of predicted. So how he did that, it was remarkable. Crazy like this one. As long as the roar doesn't scare Hideki thinking, oh, who's done that at 18?
Was that?
What was that?
Yeah, was that Zalatoris in or not? I don't know. Did he do something? Has he finished? He might not know. Leishman. That'll be a tie for 5th with Rahm. Rose will finish 7th solo. Back to 17.
Well, I've been watching Hideki throughout that last couple of minutes, and Dottie, I didn't notice him look at the board. Zalatoris has been posted at 9 under, but I couldn't tell whether. I know his caddy's seen it.
Yeah, he hasn't. He really hasn't lifted his head. He's nothing's different about right now than it was all day long for him.
Now Xander up the hill and over.
Up the hill and over, but going in the fast direction. This putt fools so many players.
I've seen one player today putt it off the green from there, and a number putt it down further away than Hideki's. Marvelous effort. Really, really good to get it just within 4 feet. Remember, he was second here to Tiger Woods back in 2019. Always enjoys coming back and has had many, many top 10s already in major championship competition. So he's a favourite by all of us that know the game and follow over the last few years. Xander's going to be around a long while. Good swing, hard worker. Now Hideki. Boy, if he could knock this in and take a 3-shot lead to the last, you'd have to think that was it, Nick.
100%. That's exactly what he's thinking. Give me one more shot for a cushion.
It's just so cool. Like, he has not broke stride. I mean, nothing has changed from the first hole. He was in a position where he could have panicked and didn't, and it's stayed the same all day.
Same routine each time. Gets himself firm and settled. Well, a little tentative, up to a foot short of the hole. But he certainly has his hand on the collar of that green jacket. And in Japan, they are on the edge of their seats, They know exactly what a green jacket is, and they know exactly what the Masters means in the world of golf. And this man is heading off to the last hole with a 2-shot lead over Will Zalatoris. Like Tiger back in 19, he can make bogey and still win. But Xander with a little tidying up to do here. About 4 feet or so left for his par to remain in a tie for third with Jordan Spieth. It means so much, obviously, to win, but just being there with a chance each time, you learn from it. Come back stronger the next time you get a chance to be in the fight.
I think right about now Xander's tired of hearing that. He's been in the fight a lot lately and just wants to take a trophy home.
Yeah, I agree. Really good solid 2-putt there for Xander Schauffele. They'll head to the 72nd hole. And Hideki Matsuyama set to become a legend in his home country of Japan. Deservedly so. Jim, Nick, take it away.
Well, it certainly got interesting coming off the 15th. All of a sudden, what seemed insurmountable was down to just a couple of shots. And you look back on it after that ball found the water long at the 15th. It was actually a good 6 from that point on. Nick, he played it precisely as you prescribed.
Absolutely. That was a very sensible 6. And obviously got very fortunate to gain a shot on Xander on the 16th. But Will is now in, so he still needs
a 5.
Yeah, still needs a 5 to win, which still requires, you know, make it sensible. If you knock it in the trees, you've got to scramble it out in the right place, or you nail it down the fairway.
Thank you.
That was the key shot.
That was the 12 before it even got to the follow through.
Yeah, just right of those bunkers would be perfect. A little more room with that up there.
He knows that one was huge. He had to have it. Take some numbers out of play.
Yeah, that was two great tee shots, 17 and 18.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, good shape.
Oh, the thoughts that are circling inside his head. And he knew that this had to find the fairway. And there would be a little twirl.
Look at that. Yes.
Yeah. That's called relief. Shota Heiufoji, his caddy. And you might have seen Shota applauding after that tee shot. How about this? staying loose over on the tournament practice facility. Augusta member George Davis is going to help escort him, keep him apprised of what's going on. How about that, Nick?
Yeah, that's smart thinking, to be honest, just in case. But you know, one more great shot anywhere on the green, and then that's it. And he's enjoying himself, which is great. I mean, I got to say, we talked, it is definitely, he's carried the weight of all the enthusiasm of all those Japanese golfers for many years, and this man is looks like he's gonna do it. And what it will do for young Asian golfers, and you know, maybe for non-golfers to take up this great game.
He's a wonderful 29-year-old man. We've known him since he was 19, 10 years apart. He actually was 18 when he won the Asian Pacific Amateur that brought him to Augusta at the age of 19, and was low am, and just yep, here he was paying the visit 10 years ago to the day yesterday, and just one shot on the green away, and we can start talking about him returning to Butler. It goes 10 years between visits, and then maybe 24 hours. But this is the beauty of growing the game. You just alluded to it, Nick, and how he's going to inspire, motivate, and give the vision of what it takes to so many golfers around the world, particularly back in Japan. I mean, that's the reason why there has been such an investment on trying to grow the game. Through this club, through the Asian Pacific Amateur, through the Latin America Amateur, through the drive, chip, and putt, through the Augusta National Women's Amateur. And now you're going to see for the first time a product of that go from coming to the Masters as a result of one of those events, manifesting itself now into being a Masters champion. The original concept and mantra behind it all was to, quote, create heroes. Well, guess what?
Yes.
There's about to be one.
This man's going to be a mega hero in Asia. It's just beautifully positioned. He can just got the TV tower for something solid to aim at. He knows there's a backstop. Just got to pull the right club. The wind has dropped. Everything is perfect for him right now.
And the club in his hand is a pitching wedge from 134, 125 front.
Playing it to the right side.
Oh. Not what I thought with a wedge in his hand.
Definitely not. It's not supposed to be easy to win your first major, is it?
Well, I can tell you that Arnold Palmer, in 1961, had the two-shot lead coming here, hit it in that right green side bunker, ended up making a 6.
I think Arnold was plugged, but that's not.
And it led to Gary Player becoming the first international player to win the green jacket.
You can be a little more aggressive because it banks off too.
Actually a one-shot lead when Arnold was playing 18. But now here you got Schauffele. He's tied for third with Spieth.
129 for Xander off that uphill lie.
Right side also.
That'll work.
Yes, it will. We've seen that one already today. Hideki, who has homes in Sendai, Japan, and Windermere, Florida. Again, his family isn't here. They're back in Japan watching. His wife, May. His little girl, Kana.
Advantage, Nick. He does have the ball on the upslope.
Yeah, and it's just the perfect little chunk and run. Just thump it out the bunker, and it's got to get there. And there's a tiny little back lip past the flag, so in theory, it's either going to be 8 foot short or 6 foot past.
Well, he's been scrambling all week. Just impeccable around the greens, including right on this stage yesterday from behind the 18th. Maybe you can show off those skills one more time and lock this up. That's all it took. Just take 2 putts from there to win it. You know, Nick, you played with so many of the great Japanese players, and I can't help but think of them now. The Ozaki brothers, Seo Aoki, who battled with Jack at Baltusrol in the U.S. Open in 1980. Nakajima, Katayama, Maruyama.
We knew it was going to happen.
Ishikawa, of course. We've been waiting for years to see this moment.
I've been asked. I've been going to Japan. Well, 40 plus years. First went late 70s, and we were always asked about Asian golf, Japanese golf, what would happen, and I said, give it time. This doesn't happen overnight. This could be a 10-year program, a 20-year program to get there, and I'm sure the Masters Foundation must be so proud. They start an event in Asia, and I'm sure in their wildest dreams they probably thought, wouldn't it be great if we got an Asian golfer maybe in the close or maybe a winner? Well, it has all come true, so they must feel incredibly proud of that whole initiative to inspire the world of golf. Obviously, they do the same now in Latin America. Maybe, let's say another 10 years' time, somebody comes from Latin America to win the Masters.
Schauffele, he holds it, he takes third alone. Instead, he'll share it with Jordan. It's an even par 72. The number might look mundane, but look at all that happened here. A double at 5, the triple at 16, the 6 birdies in between, including 4 in a row. Schauffele now will have a second and a third at Augusta in the last 3 years.
Just line this up, make it roll, and he should make it.
It's okay.
Right down to the wire. Who predicted that by 1?
Matsuyama is Japan's first Masters champion. Kevin Na. The final margin ends up, Nick, being just 1.
Yeah.
Matsuyama at 10, Zalatoris at 9.
But Jim, you know my line. Every shot is history. This man has created some amazing history.
Jordan Spieth and Mark Leishman waited around to congratulate the new champion. Matsuyama makes history. Will Zalatoris finishes second alone. Spieth and Schauffele share third. Then it's Rahm and Leishman fifth. Rose in seventh. And while Hideki signs the card and then makes his way to Butler Cabin, we're going to go down to Amanda.
Thanks, Jim. Here with Will Zalatoris. Will, you might not have won, but you have certainly arrived. This was an unbelievable week. Can you just explain the psychology of being able to stay within yourself in the moment and contend up until the very last stretch on Sunday at the Masters?
No, I can't. But I think, you know, I've wanted to be on the stage for forever, you know, for basically my entire life. So I think if anything, you know, it's like you finally get to this moment, and why shy away now? I've gotten here, so, you know, let's go do some damage, and it was a fun week.
The maturity has been incredible. You told me you've had your phone off all week. You haven't even turned it on, so good luck when you do turn it on. But what have you learned about yourself, both emotionally and also about your game, that's going to pay dividends now moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I can play with the best players in the world, and, you know, I felt that I played well this week, but, you know, I felt like I left a lot out there. So, you know, the first win's coming. I just got to keep plotting, and obviously, you know, for my first time to really be in contention to be at the Masters is pretty special.
It was fun to watch, and Jim, he's still hungry.
Yes, you can see it. And yes, we have a new star in Hideki and another one in Will Zalatoris, who got a lesson at the age of 6. Raised out there at first in San Francisco at the Cal Club by our old colleague and Hall of Famer Ken Venturi. He remembered it saying, "Mr. Venturi watched me hit balls on the range and showed me how to hold a club. And then he told my parents, this kid loves it. Your job is to stay out of the way." Well, his parents have been a huge influence in his life. His father Richard, his mother Catherine. I can't imagine the pride they feel in that finish. But this day belongs to Hideki Matsuyama. Nick, some final thoughts?
Well, it's a huge inspiration, huge, wonderful result for global golf. You know, Asia's been waiting for this. Japan has been waiting for it, and this is the man who they really believed in could do it, and he proved it today. And my goodness, it's going to cause a fantastic ripple effect in our great game.
And how about his future? Where does he take it from here?
Well, like many, I mean, this could be setting him free, because we talked about this pressure for somebody to be able to handle it and find a way. His demeanor on the golf course was just perfect today. So how, if he's got the trick, sky's the limit for both these players, Matsuyama and Zalatoris. I mean, that man is so impressive. He's earned it the hard way. He's come up rapidly. You know, he hasn't asked for invites or anything. He's just gone out and won. The easiest way to get to top of the leaderboard is win.
There is some celebration going on right now halfway around the world. It's just after 8 o'clock in the morning back in Japan. Japan rejoices. It's a glorious new day as Hideki Matsuyama has won the Masters tournament.
The Masters is sponsored by Mercedes-Benz, proud global partner of the 2021 Masters. AT&T, fast, reliable, and secure. And by IBM. The world is going hybrid with IBM.
Hideki Matsuyama. He opened this day 4 in front. Early, it had been trimmed to 1, but then he responded. At one point, the lead had swelled to 6 when suddenly Xander Schauffele's game awakened with 4 straight birdies. And then after Matsuyama found the water with his second at 15, there was a nervous moment or two, to say the least, here at Augusta, as the lead suddenly had been trimmed to 2. Things changed, though, at 16 when Xander found the water off the tee, and he is standing by right now with Amanda.
Here was Xander, and I know this one hurts, but you just told me we're going to be okay. You're coming off 4 straight birdies. You're within 2 of Hideki, and then you come to 16. Talk me through that entire stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I was coming in hot. I was feeling good. Hideki surprisingly went for the green on 15, so I felt like he gave me a little bit of hope there, and maybe a little hyper aggressive there on 16. I've been told so many things by so many veterans. Play the winds you feel. Austin and I, it was 184. We felt down cut at the moment, and I hit an 8-iron. I flushed it, and it was not down cut. And then on my drop with a 9-iron, it seemed like it went downwind almost. So that's the hard part about winning out here. You know, I think maybe I could try and hit a different shot there, maybe left to right instead of, right to left, which I'm more comfortable with. And that's definitely going to go in the memory bank.
Well, it says, Justin Rose says, sometimes Augusta National just happens. But I thought Dottie made a great point. She said, it's quick to just say that you got caught up in the moment. She said, I don't think that's what happened. I just think it's a tough golf shot. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm chasing. So if I had a lead, I would have, bailed out right or try to hit some sort of high left to right ball to the right. And I think that is the shot on the hole, which I just haven't hit enough. But no, I hit a perfect shot. I told Austin I flushed it, which makes it even worse. We can share the misery together, but I fought hard. It was a messy start. Hideki was robot-like for 13 holes. Didn't make a mistake, and I felt like I gave him a little bit of run and a little bit of excitement to the tournament there at the end, and unfortunately hit it in the drink there.
It's golf. Things happen, and moving forward, there's always those 2 options of it turning into scar tissue or using it as a learning lesson and motivation moving forward. How do you do the latter?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at my career, you could call it a big ball of scar tissue with a bunch of second places. So I don't look at it that way. I don't think my team looks at it that way. So I'll sleep on it. I hit a good shot. I committed to it. It turned out bad. I'll be able to sleep tonight. Might be tossing and turning, but I'll be okay.
I can't tell you how much we appreciate the time, Xander.
Of course. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Amanda, thank you. What a super attitude. What has to be hard to resolve in your mind as you were making the move closing in on Hideki, who goes on to win it by 1 over Will Zalatoris. Here's a look at the top 12 and ties. Of course, pertinent because those who finish inside that category get the invitation to next year. Includes the likes of Robert McIntyre, who was Masters rookie as well. His first career win, first Japanese man to win a major, and the 7th low amateur to go on and eventually win the green jacket, joining Gary Middlecoff, Jack Nicklaus, Ben Crenshaw, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods, Sergio Garcia, and now add Hideki to that list. It is time for that time-honored tradition, the presentation of the green jacket.
I don't know what to say at the moment. It's
hard to talk. Having it be such a tough quest to finally win, it feels that much better.
You know, I've never played an entire tournament with my A game, and this is pretty close.
I really am so proud to have won this great championship.
It's the most nerve-wracking golf course in the world, isn't it?
It's been such a long time coming.
I can't tell you how fortunate I am to win this tournament.
I'm probably as happy as I've ever been in my life.
To win the Masters tournament is just an amazing feeling.
I just really don't know what to say that come back down out of the clouds one of these days.
I never got this far in my dreams to talk.
I just couldn't be more excited, and you know, I'm kind of at a loss for words.
I can't even talk.
Yeah, we've seen that many times before. We'd like to welcome the world to Butler Cabin. What a pleasure it is to be with Augusta National Chairman Fred Ridley. And we were here 5 months ago. That was memorable, and so was today.
It sure was, Jim. After the historic Masters last fall, it's great to be back at Augusta National in April. The golf course provided a great test for these wonderful players, and they certainly responded.
Well, it's the first time since 2015 that we didn't have an amateur make the cut. You know how vital that is to the history of this tournament. You competed here as an amateur 3 times yourself.
I did, Jim, and as you know, Bobby Jones was the greatest amateur of all time. He felt that it was so important that amateurs play a part in the Masters. We had 3 fine players representing amateur golf this week, and we wish them the very best.
Well, Fred, we're joined by Bob Turner, who will serve as Hideki's interpreter, our new Masters champion, and of course Dustin is here to present the green jacket.
Dustin, your historic record-setting win in November is something we'll always remember. You're now part of the Masters Club, and we look forward to you wearing the green jacket for many years to come. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hideki?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made history with your wonderful win today. Can you tell us how it feels to be the first golfer from Japan to win the Masters?
歴史的初めてでしょう、日本の。
本当にとても嬉しく思ってます。
I'm really happy.
How much pressure did you feel out there? You looked calm really all day long. Things tightened on that second side. Did you feel a little more nervous than what you looked like?
そうですね。今日は朝からずっと緊張してたんで、最後まで緊張しっぱなしで終わりました。
It really didn't. My nerves really didn't start on the second 9. It was right from the start today, and right to the very last putt.
Bob, his wife May, his parents are all back in Japan. As a little girl, they're all watching this right now. You had friends that were waiting for you behind the 18th green. Can you frame it for us? All of this, what's going on in your mind right now?
やっぱり兄さん、カネちゃんも見てる。どういう気持ちですか今？
そうですね。それを考えずにずっとプレーしてたんですけど、本当にいいプレーを見せられてよかったなと思ってます。
I was thinking about them all the way around today, and I'm really happy that I played well for them.
You know, we try to put it into words what this win means to Japan, to have a Masters champion. How about having you do that? Can you tell us what it means to your country?
そうですね。これまで、メジャーで勝てなかったことが僕が勝ったことによってこれから先日本人がすごく変わっていくんじゃないかなと思って、それに僕がもっともっと勝てるように頑張りたいなと思ってます。
Hopefully I'll be a pioneer in this, and many other Japanese will follow. And I'm glad to be able to open the floodgates, hopefully, and many more will follow me.
Bob, could you also ask Hideki, what was the key shot today, the moment that you really realized that you were going to win this tournament?
今日のキーショット。
18番のティーショットフェアウェイ行ったことが一番キーポイントじゃないかなと思ってます。
Hitting the fairway was my tee shot at 18.
We saw him twirl the club. There was a look on his face that he knew that was the key shot. Congratulations, Bob. Thank you, first off. Hideki, it's wonderful to see you as a Masters champion. And Fred, it's that time.
Thank you, Jim. Dustin would be honored if you placed the green jacket on our newest champion, Hideki Matsuyama. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Hideki.
Thank you.
Well, last week's Augusta National Women's Amateur was a harbinger of history to come when Tsubasa Kajitani took the title. And now, for the first time, the land of the rising sun has a favorite son wearing a green jacket. Hideki Matsuyama is the Masters champion. Hideki, congratulations.